Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene. We're going to reconvene to regular session at 18:08, 6:08. And the report out of closed session, the first is the board took action to appoint Deborah Kojima, elementary principal, effective July 1st, 2023. Motion by Marilyn Anderson, seconded by Carrie Buck. This passed 5-0. The second item, the board met and voted to approve the stipulated amended expulsion agreement between PYL-USD and the parents of 2315C3. This was a motion by Carrie Buck and seconded by Marilyn Anderson, and it passed 5-0. The third item, the board met and voted to approve the stipulated expulsion agreement between PYL-USD and the parents of 2316A2. This was a motion by Carrie Buck, seconded by Todd Frazier, passed 5-0. On the fourth item, the board met and voted to approve the stipulated expulsion agreement between PYL-USD and the parents of 2317A2. It was motioned by Leandra Blades, seconded by Marilyn Anderson, and it passed 5-0. Okay, folks, at this time we're going to go ahead with our Pledge of Allegiance. If you would kindly stand. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll let the record show that all the board members are present and accounted for, including our student board member. Welcome. And I need a motion for the agenda, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the March 14th, 2023 Board of Education agenda as recommended by the superintendent.
And a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Actually, I have a question. I
Yes,
wasn't
ma'am.
here.
Yes,
I
sir.
read all through the minutes, so maybe I should abstain since I.
It's agenda.
Oh, agenda. Never mind.
agenda,
We're
yeah.
getting to minutes.
Wait.
I'll do that then.
Okay, I'm glad you held that up though, because I think I did speak with you yesterday. We have in the back, if we look, under board discussion number 2, an opportunity for the board to provide input regarding the required number of years of math courses to meet graduation requires. I was
Right.
wondering if you guys would be interested in sticking it under and discussing it under the revisal of the board policy, the requirements for graduation for comprehensive high school, just so we can just talk about it all at once. We don't have to come back to it.
Is that acceptable? Can we do that?
Ease of discussion.
Okay.
Does that work?
I don't have a problem with that.
All right.
Okay, let's do it. Just don't let me mess that one up. Okay, excellent. Okay, so the motion carried 5-0 with an aye from our student board member. Thank you. Okay, next item, public comment. Now the public comment cards are available in the foyer. Cards must be completed and turned in prior to the designated time for public comment. Each speaker is provided a maximum of 3 minutes per person. If translation is needed, an additional 3 minutes will be given, but please let us know ahead of time so we can ensure that we're prepared. Also, we have a civility policy. Education Code 220 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race, or ethnicity, religion and sexual orientation, or any other characteristics that are contained in the definition of hate crimes set forth by section 422.55 of the Penal Code, including immigration status. Okay, with that said, we do have a public hearing. Public hearing will be held relative to the adoption of 2023-24 transportation plan. So at this time, 1813, we are going to open the hearing. Is that correct? Okay. No blue cards. All right. All right. With that said, no participants willing to speak on transportation. Okay. As a part of a new law providing funding for a transportation plan, we are required to allow remote public comment during the public hearing. We have advertised this on our board agenda, and now I will ask the PYLUSD Chief Technology Officer to facilitate any remote public comments. Mr. Powell?
We do not have any remote public comment.
Okay, with that said, we're going to close that public hearing portion at 18:14, 6:14. And we do have another, number 2. There's a public hearing being held relative to Resolution 22-18, the dedication of easement to the Southern California Edison to replace the electrical pole and add a support system for a new pole on a portion of Valencia High School property. So I open that at 18:14. Is there anyone that would like to speak on that? No, everybody's okay with a new pole there. All right. If there's no speakers, then we'll go ahead and close that at 18:15, 6:15. Okay, here we go. I need a motion for the minutes.
I'll make a motion, as recommended by the Superintendent of Schools, that the Board of Education approve the minutes for the regular meeting on February 7th, 2023.
I'll second.
Okay, Marilyn Anderson, Leander Boyds. Any comments? Is this the one, Trustee Buck, you were absent, so
Yes, I'm going to abstain from this since
You'll
I wasn't
abstain
here.
from
Although I did, just so you all know, I watched
Watched
from
it.
afar
I
as
figured.
it was live, so.
I figured. Okay, no worries. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
And one abstention.
Got it. And an aye from our student board member. Excellent. Okay, moving on. This will bring us to our student board report. Our student board member, Mr. Bang, if you'll go ahead and give us a report.
Testing. All right. Good evening, President Youngblood, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Matthews, and executive cabinet members. I am happy to be here tonight to share recent happenings from our comprehensive high schools and alternative schools. From Buena Vista Virtual Academy. This past week, Buena Vista Virtual Academy had its WASC visitation. The committee found the school to be effective or highly effective in every area examined. They noted that Buena Vista consistently shows a positive attitude towards staff and students, fosters a positive school culture, and implements strong teaching strategies to engage learners. Way to go, Wolves. At El Camino Real High School, El Camino Real recently participated in several enrichment field trip activities. A group of students went to Fullerton College to explore college and career opportunities to take advantage of after high school graduation. In the coming weeks, El Camino Real High School will take a whole school field trip to medieval times. This trip will close out cross-curricular studies for students as they have been exploring diseases during the Middle Ages in health, vocations during the Middle Ages in career classes, writing a newspaper article from the medieval ages in language arts, and understanding the feudal system in government. At El Dorado High School, the Golden Hawks just wrapped up their 6th annual Nonsense in the Nest competition. Nonsense in the Nest is a friendly school-wide competition between classes where every student is encouraged to participate in fun and engaging activities to build connectivity to the campus. This year's winner was the class of 2024. Congratulations. At Esperanza High School, spring sports are in full swing. Esperanza encourages everyone to come out and watch the Aztecs play softball, boys volleyball, track and field, and more. Aztec Pride Week is coming up, where Aztecs who have embodied pride which stands for Positive, Responsible, Innovative, Determined, and Engaged, will be celebrated. At George Key School, George Key's parent, student, staff organization has purchased nearly $1,000 in new sensory items and sensory toys. Sensory items and toys assist students with learning and experiencing the world around them. At Venture Academy, students have been invited to participate in the school's first annual talent show to be held on April 21st, 2023 in the Golden Multipurpose Room. At Parkview School, during the last week in March, the Parkview Panthers will undergo a full WASC visitation for accreditation. At Valencia High School, at the end of February, the Valencia High School girls water polo team won the CIF championship. They celebrated this championship with the water polo team the next day at school, where they received the official CIF champions plaque. At Yorba Linda High School, the students are enjoying several fun activities planned for March. ASB will help celebrate many special days, including International Women's Day, Pi Day, St. Patrick's Day, and the first day of spring. The school's academic decathlon team earned 5th place in Division II and 25 individual medals at the Orange County competition. That's all.
Excellent report. Preston, real quick, what would you wish everyone in the community knew about our PYL-USD schools?
In my experience, I think I want really everyone to know how much effort I think a lot of our staff puts in, especially teachers. We had Miss Umukubo here last month, and really that's just one of many teachers that I've had in my last 4 years and like whole life in the PYL-USD school system. And I think a lot of people kind of overlook how much effort they really put into teaching their students and like how much they care for their students, and like staff too, especially, not just teachers, I think go underappreciated.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we're going to turn to our superintendent. And Dr. Matthews, what do you have for us?
Thank you, President Youngblood. Good evening, trustees and executive cabinet members. I want to talk, first of all, about impacted schedules. Back on March 8th, I shared a letter with families of our current 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students about our newly implemented schedule, impacted schedule guidelines. Our current graduation guidelines offer students who have impacted schedules the opportunity to take online summer courses as a means of completed required courses to meet graduation requirements. When a student has an impacted schedule, that typically refers to a sequence of courses in a pathway or career link academy. That means a student cannot take all the required courses for graduation within the school day. All this and more was shared in my letter. It's also available on the district website, and we'll have an opportunity, the board will have an opportunity tonight to discuss those guidelines as part of our graduation board policy that comes on early in our agenda. We are doing our Principal for a Day event coming up, which is something we've been doing for some time, but in collaboration with our partners at Placentia and Yorba Linda Chambers of Commerce. We look forward to hosting our annual Principal for a Day coming up on Wednesday, March 22nd. Our guest principals, who come from across the Placentia and Yorba Linda community, will get an inside look at our school campuses as they shadow our outstanding principals that morning. And the day will culminate right here in our boardroom as we have a luncheon and conversation about our experiences at the school. We truly appreciate the continued support of our community and our chambers of commerce and our community partners, and look forward to the opportunity to share the day, to showcase our students, our staff, the ones that Preston mentioned there, thank you, sir, programs, facilities, and the dedicated work of all of our site employees. Next, certain programs in our schools require outside approval as a check and balance to make sure we're offering outstanding, high-quality education for our students and excellent training for our new teachers. For our high schools, that agency is the Accrediting Commission for Schools, Western Association of Schools and Colleges, otherwise known as WASC. And for induction programs for our teachers, it's called the Commission of Teaching Credentialing. For those of you who don't know about our induction program, California school districts are required to provide induction programs to help teachers progress to a full understanding of the California standards for the teaching profession. I'm pleased to announce that we've had 4 very successful accreditation visits as of late. This includes Valencia High School, which did receive a 6-year clear WASC accreditation, one of the very highest accreditations you can get. And we've heard great feedback. Yes, that's worth applauding for. Thank you. We've heard great feedback on our induction program, on Buena Vista Virtual Academy, and we were down at El Camino Real High School and heard great feedback there as well. And Parkview will host a team in the coming weeks. So thanks to everybody who's prepared for these visits. Dr. Linda Adamson spearheaded the preparations for those, for their induction, for our induction for our site leaders, and it requires a lot of work from a lot of staff to do all this work. So thanks to everybody who does all that work. Next, I want to talk about a lot of our high school students and middle school students who participated in the 24th Annual Chapman University Holocaust Remembrance Art and Writing Contest. The theme of this year's contest was the strength of love and the will to survive. Each year, students from around the world participate in this contest to conduct research on the Holocaust and World War II. The students are instructed to listen to the testimony of a Holocaust survivor or rescuer while thinking about that individual's motivation as they tell their story. And they tell their story, the students do, through an original piece of art, film, or writing that's retold and reflected on through that individual's experience. We've participated in this for years as a part of the competition, and students from middle schools and high schools are proud to be doing so. This year was no exception. 38 of our students, including 3 from each secondary site and a handful of alternative sites, participated. Notably, one of our students, Kiana Atashak from Travis Ranch School, was identified as a competition finalist for her original film entry, and her teacher is Kimmy Carlos. Ms. Carlos sent me a copy of the video. I got to watch that today. It was powerful. It was well done. It was artistic, and very proud of the work that Kiana did. And then several of us got to attend the ceremony at Chapman University. Board trustees were there, district and school administrators, and several of our students. It was a powerful moment. There were Holocaust survivors in the audience. It was a very powerful moment, and just to see the worldwide competition there was something special. So thank you for our students' commitment to sharing their stories and the authentic voices from the Holocaust. Just found this out today, but as you're aware, our maintenance facilities team has been hard at work about making improvements to the Esperanza High School Theater. Many of the improvements the upgrades have been made over the last several months, and it was finished 2 weeks ago. Over the weekend, the school hosted its first event in the renovated space, and we heard really positive feedback from school staff and several members of the community. So my thanks to our maintenance and facilities department, and my thanks to our trustees for your support of this project. Glad it happened, and it's already being used, so that's great. And finally, one of my absolute highlights this month was going to a unified sports basketball game between Valencia and Esperanza High Schools on February 28th. For those of you who don't know about unified sports, it's a program that brings special education students and general education partners together to practice and compete. Esperanza's held several events. I know board members have spoken about those in the past. And Valencia is now creating a program of their own. This time, Valencia hosted Esperanza for a friendly and spirited intramural game. The game was dedicated to Esperanza ninth grader Stacia, who recently passed away. We'll be closing our meeting in her honor. They retired her jersey before the game started in a very poignant moment that was incredible. I know her parents appreciated that. We had a big crowd. We had cheer squads there, and it was a thing where you smile the entire time you're there. And I was just so pleased with the enthusiasm from our students. I loved the giving nature of all of our students and staff who helped them out. And my first time to see something like this, and just know we have powerful things happening in PYL USD. So that concludes my report for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. Okay, this brings us to public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to provide input to the Board of Education. During public comment period, board members do not dialogue with speakers or make comments regarding the information shared. We have
17, so it's a minute and a half
17
each.
people wishing to speak tonight, so that gives each speaker will have a minute and a half. I ask speakers to repeat their names when they come up to the podium to speak. Sorry for that. Thanks, Jeremy. And I will be calling the first 4 speakers to sit in the first 4 seats in the first row. So be ready for their comment. And let's see here. Goes right in communication. Okay, here we go. So the first four that I have, Sue Sawyer, Kara Armenta, Preston Wilson, and Abigail Braun. Come on down. Exactly. Sue, you'll be first. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Welcome to the Puyallup USD School Board. My name is Sue Sawyer. I'm a teacher at Esperanza. And at this point in the school year, we are all exhausted. I know teachers are. I know students are. And so when I'm exhausted and I have my pretzels and Diet Coke for my supper, I want to find gratitude with purpose. So this is with gratitude. And a quote that comes to mind is, "Kindness is not an act. It's a reflection of your soul." So I want to thank students. I see a bunch of students in the audience working hard, pushing through, coming into your own. You don't even know what gaps you have, but we're helping you get through that. So we're grateful for you. I want to thank technology for making it work when, especially with the rain and things don't work. And Jeremy Powell, you are a steely-eyed superstar, and he will never say anything for himself, but he's in classrooms on Friday night. He's back in classrooms on Monday morning. Debbie Ortiz is amazing for all the CT orders that she puts through. Food service, campus supervisor, site admin, counselors, parents, caregivers, coaches, everybody. And the board for approving Educating for Careers. It was a phenomenal conference. I have not been since COVID. I love going. I hope to present next year. And especially for the pay increase for the extra hours. A lot of us are exhausted because we work so many extra hours, and it's the only profession where we make less for working overtime. So hopefully more teachers will get involved. Thank you, and I'm grateful for all of you.
Hello, I'm Kara Wilson Armenta. Thank you. I want to address the subject of summer school. I have a junior at Esperanza High School who's benefited from summer school within the impacted scheduled guidelines. The ability to take summer school prior to each academic year, including ninth grade, has given my son the ability to take electives he so enjoys. He has thrived because of it. The tightened restrictions to summer school remove for so many the motivation to excel in the core classes. Choir, visual arts, sports provide an outlet of expression, a source of pride and joy that may not be present in the academic courses. By eliminating the opportunity of incoming ninth graders to take summer school, opening their schedule for more electives, the district is limiting the breadth and variety of courses, withholding the opportunity for the classes that provide that joy and source of pride, and imparting a perception that the arts are expendable. When classes need to be cut, the arts are often the first to go. Fewer and fewer ninth graders will be able to take classes like choir and the arts, jeopardizing the program in just a few years. Yes, a class during the school year is more comprehensive than the summer school class, but rather than limiting the opportunity and making it harder to access, revise and revamp summer school. Why should the kids have to decide between choir and other courses when they're limited in the classes they want to take? Our goal is to produce well-rounded graduates that not only colleges want, but who want to be an asset as adults in our community. We want graduates who do more than the minimum. Let's not limit them by restricting their summer school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Preston Wilson. I'm a student at Esperanza High School. At EHS, I'm involved in the Medical Sciences Academy. I'm part of the show choir and vocal ensemble. I'm concerned about the negative impact that the new PWL-USD impacted schedule policy will have on the arts and the futures of students. To start, the implementation of this policy will have a negative impact on the amount of people who will be able to enroll in the arts. Although it is true that being in the arts does not make one uneligible to take summer courses, it doesn't necessarily make one eligible. For kids who want to be involved in multiple elective courses, such as ASB, athletics, and the arts, but are not interested in taking the pathways offered, they will lose out on the chance to gain the experience necessary to make them well-rounded students. According to the PWL-USD Advantage page on the district's website, the district has a, quote, unwavering commitment to better prepare students for college and careers, unquote. Colleges seek out students not only by their academic merits, but also by their involvement in different activities. By implementing these policy changes, the district is only making it more difficult for students to enroll in these programs to increase their chances of being accepted into colleges. Finally, by implementing this policy, the district is encouraging the bare minimum from students. By denying students the chance to get ahead in their education, you will be setting a mentality that students who do not take the courses listed in the new policy should be involved in and strive for the bare minimum, because that's all they will be allowed to do. By allowing students to take these courses, you are enabling students to broaden their horizons. I hope the board will take this into consideration and undo the changes made to the impacted schedule policy.
Hello, my name is Abigail Braun, and I am a junior at Esperanza High School, working towards both the Seal of Biliteracy and the Capstone Diploma. Additionally, I have been in choir since 4th grade and will be continuing next year. From a very young age, I was taught to stand up for what I believed in, and I never truly understood what that meant until this issue surrounding the new district policy, not including arts, ASB, and athletics for summer school eligibility emerged. While I understand that this policy does not specifically exclude these classes from summer school, it does not specifically include them either, decimating programs such as choir because of scheduling conflicts. This policy is not equitable to students involved in multiple programs at school and prevents students from getting the opportunity to grow. School is meant to provide experiences and learning tools in all subject areas for students before they must face problems on their own. However, preventing students from taking important classes like arts and leadership stunts the potential of all students, regardless of their chosen path after graduation. Music classes are important classes, and they are more than just a fun elective. I can honestly say that I have learned more about myself and the world from my music classes than any of my other classes in my school career. I'm tired of feeling undervalued and undersupported because I haven't chosen to be in a school-offered career path, but instead have chosen the path that I want for my life. I'm not asking to be revolutionary, but I am asking for your respect and for your reconsideration on the value you put in our arts. Thank you.
Next up, Andrea Braun, Audrey Imelda, Shari, and Janet Chang.
Well, hi. I'm Andrea Braun, and I'm also here regarding the change to the impacted schedule. This policy was changed without board approval, with zero transparency, by some secret committee made up of who knows. Still trying to find that out after 2 weeks of calling, meeting, emails, and I have heard nothing from Dr. Adamson or Gina Aguilar. The committee was okay, as you can tell, eliminating or limiting ASB leadership, athletes, and students in the arts from summer school to help with their schedules so they can continue with these classes. Excuse me, I'm not a public speaker. This is discriminatory and far from equitable for all students to succeed in our district. It has been clear year after year, the administration in our district has been far from providing adequate support, especially for the performing arts. Now this. Yes, our choir students have been told to quit. Freshmen have been told they aren't offered this because summer school is not an option. So we aren't getting choir kids, we aren't getting arts kids in these classes, which in turn will eliminate. I am asking the board, which should have been asked in the first place and should have talked about this in the first place, to reinstate the previous policy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Audrey Almeida. I am a senior at Esperanza High School and am involved in vocal ensemble, show choir, and ASB. The new policy dictating which classes qualify for an impacted schedule and the ability to take summer classes does not include arts classes, ASB, or athletics. The message this sends to students is that those with interests outside of academics or what the district considers career paths are not valued. For me, the arts classes I am in are my career path. I am pursuing a career in the performing arts, and choir has provided me with the education and training necessary to prepare me for a college education studying the arts. I was recently accepted into a 16-person BFA musical theater program, which would not have been possible without the arts education I have received from Mr. Myers. I've built my schedule in a way that I knew would benefit me and my future plans. It should not be up to the discretion of the district to determine which classes are the most important based on a list of programs that only caters to certain students. The fact that fine arts were excluded from the list in the first place shows a lack of support and respect for the arts in the district. When I saw the list, I wasn't even surprised that the arts have been excluded. I've gotten so used to the fact that arts are overlooked in the district that it was just another instance out of many. Arts classes provide so much more than just technical training. We are taught the importance of self-accountability, leadership, and confidence. I know how to present myself in interviews and professional settings because of choir. These classes provide just as many applicable skills as the career pathways, yet they are constantly overlooked. It hurts to be in a district where I do not feel respected or supported in my passions. It feels like there is a constant battle to be heard, and I hope that changes can be made to better support students in the arts at ASB. Thank you.
Sexual harassment is against the law in all schools in California, according to Education Code 200-212-48900. PYL-USD Board Policy 5145 specifically states that PYL-USD prohibits unlawful sexual harassment of or by anyone in or from the district. It also states that any employee who permits or engages in sexual harassment of students may be subject to disciplinary action up to and including dismissal. The definition of sexual harassment includes verbal, visual, or physical conduct of a sexual nature. Specific examples of sexual harassment may include written, verbal, physical, and/or visual contact with sexual overtones, such as slurs, jokes, touching, blocking movement, sexual cartoons, or drawings, and obscene language. PYL-USD has broken Ed Code and their own board policy when it comes to sexual harassment. I was here 3 months ago and read a book to you all that was found at Yorba Linda High School that clearly had visual sexual images and obscene language. Today I will read from Genderqueer and Milk and Honey. Both are currently in our school libraries. You all have copies of what I'm reading. Genderqueer, quote, "Memorably, I got off once while driving just by rubbing the front of my jeans and imagining getting a blowjob." Milk and Honey, quote, "You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me, searching for honey that would never come for you." Quote, he guts her with his fingers like he's scraping the inside of a cantaloupe clean. Quote, "You move my hand between my legs and whisper, make those pretty little fingers dance for me." The sexual harassment needs to stop. I encourage all parents to file formal complaints against the librarians
Sherry.
and the staff.
Thank you.
I mentioned during our last meeting why 500 plus PYL families are in support of the 2-week calendar shift for our district. Tonight, I would like to share with you why many of our PYL teachers and coaches support the calendar shift. Reason number 1, summer vacation is shortened every year for our teachers and coaches to coach fall sports because they start season practices the first week of August due to the CIF calendar. The coaches from our neighboring school district are not affected by this since they have already adjusted their calendars. Reason number 2, our PYL teachers that teach AP, IB, or Cambridge courses need more time to prepare their students for their exams. PYL students are being compared nationally to students who start their school year in August and often have additional preparation for these tests. Reason number 3, our first semester has traditionally ended in January after winter break, making final exams difficult. With an earlier start date, first semester could end at winter break, making for a clean split between semesters. Reason number 4, by starting the school earlier, the school year could also end earlier, allowing for more time off prior to summer sport camps, which often start in early August and some as early as July. Again, our current calendar doesn't treat our teachers that coach fall sports fairly when it comes to their summer vacation days. Please carefully consider all these inputs that have been brought up by our PYL teachers and coaches as you further discuss this topic tonight. Thank you.
Okay, next 4 is Ginny Pack, Michelle Schneider, Linda Mannion, and Paula Powers.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Paik, and I'm up here again about changing the first day of school to mid-August. I'm making this effort because 537 people signed my petition, and I feel responsible to speak up on their behalf. We aren't asking you to do something groundbreaking. Almost every high school district in Orange County made the transition, as you can see on your handout. I know many of us are comfortable because it's been like this for so long. Many like the late vacation, but it's pros versus cons, priorities over preferences. The priorities here are what is best for our students' educational experiences and opportunities. Dr. Matthews clearly outlined them in his survey. These benefits apply broadly. This isn't just for the AP kids. The most popular part that everyone likes, even the people who don't want the change, is to end the first semester before winter break. Equally appealing is ending earlier in June, which will enable access to more summer camps, internships, and community college summer classes. We also ask to move up by 2 weeks and not 1. If we only move up by 1 week but still want to end the first semester before winter break, the number of instructional days between the 2 semesters may not feel balanced. Now is the perfect time to start planning for this change for the 24-25 school year. We have Dr. Matthews, who has the experience and has been supportive. We just came out of the pandemic and adjusted to a new bell schedule. Now is the time to add one final change with the instructional calendar and let the dust settle as the district moves forward with a new superintendent. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Snyder, and I have 2 children at Esperanza High School, and I'm also an alumni of Esperanza, so I've been in the district for quite a while. My children could not be more different in both their academics and their extracurricular activities, and as a parent, it's my job to make sure that they both feel supported in what they're involved in. With the new changes to the impacted schedule, it's clear that the district favors certain programs over others. While true, these changes are not telling students they cannot be involved in these programs, it is inhibiting them from attending a 4-year university by impacting the decisions that they make. The competition is tougher than ever to be accepted into a 4-year university, and colleges want students that are well-rounded and involved in extracurricular activities. By eliminating these programs from being eligible for summer school, you are reducing our students' chances of attending their dream schools. All of our neighboring districts allow for these programs to be included in their impacted schedules. Our enrollment is down in this district. By having this change, we are going to have more parents move their kids to other schools in other districts that will allow their students to be involved in the programs that give them the most value and value their passions. I cut out other things because it was going to be longer, so thank you.
Linda Mannion, and welcome everyone. Thank you for being here tonight, and I want to thank Preston for your kind remarks about our teachers. I know that it's heartwarming when we hear students really acknowledge the hard work that our teachers do, and I want to thank Dr. Matthews for really highlighting all the wonderful things that our district does. I want to bring tonight another thing that's coming up, another opportunity to honor our teachers and our students, and that's open house at the elementary level. Our teachers have been working really hard, getting the rooms ready, showcasing all the wonderful, wonderful work that our students are doing, and they're so anxious for all of you to come in and see what's going on. This is just another example of how our PYL-USD students are meeting the challenges every day and in every way. And so I invite you, every board member, to come to our open house. They start next week on March 23rd. Every Thursday, our elementary schools will be holding their open house. And I know our teachers can't wait to meet you and see you and show off what they have going on and what the wonderful things that their kids are doing. So I want to make sure that I extend that invitation to you. I also want our high school seniors in the room to know, and parents of high school seniors, that we are offering scholarships, one for every high school, and applications are due to your counselors by April 10th, so take a look at that. We give a scholarship for every high school, so thank you.
Paula Powers. To begin with, I would like to thank the board for recognizing Valencia schoolteacher Wendy Umakumbo last meeting. It was heartwarming to see the community support her, but most notably, see the gallery filled with high school students who came to honor her. It takes a very special teacher to touch so many hearts in this community, and it felt so good to finally have a meeting focus on what this district does best, serving our children. As a parent of a son and a daughter in the district, I can't say thank you enough to the dedicated educators that put in the extra hours to engage my children in relevant lessons, spend time reaching out to them when they don't understand a concept, and take a moment each day to connect to them personally. I appreciate you and your efforts. It's hard to hear how dedicated educators have had such a positive impact on my own children's lives, spoken negatively about sometimes. I thank each teacher that sees my son and daughter as more than a test score. I thank you for never leaving either of them behind because they don't learn at the same pace as others in the room. I appreciate and understand that you accept their uniqueness and always make them feel welcome at school. I'm saddened to learn that some of our board, which has always supported our children by respecting their teachers, have implied that the seat at the proverbial table is no longer welcome. Please know that this community appreciates its educators and everything you do each day to support my children.
Next four speakers, Nicholas Goldstein, Shelly Murray, Robert Hammond, and what is that, Jeannie? I can't read the last part of it. Bremer. And we'll go ahead and have, who's this, Brooke Jones? All right. Nicholas, you'll be first.
Hello. Excuse me. Hello. I'm Nicholas, and I'm here as a student of Esperanza. I've spent most of my entire schooling career at PYL-USD, and in this district a claim is made. This claims that our district seeks to improve and elevate students to their highest potential in all areas. Yet how can that be the case when we routinely fail to provide our music programs the basic needs that are and should be expected in order to help our students grow? For example, across our district's 21 elementary schools, there are only 2 choir teachers, thus giving students in these programs the ability to meet only 1 time a week. On top of that, our district has now chosen not to include arts, athletics, and ASB in the qualifying classes for summer school. Not only are we, as a district, not supporting our choir students in the beginning of their journey with the arts, but we're now working against them in their later journey. Please, tell me how that seems fair. Now, let me ask you, how can we as a district promise to work for the best of all students and then exclude and refuse to give them the support they need to be successful? So, I'll ask you, as a student and a choir member, please give us the support we need to thrive and live up to this district's ideals.
Last month, during public comment, I prematurely thanked the district for discussing safe and respectful schools. 3 board members later tabled that discussion. Sean Youngblood said it would cause unneeded controversy, and Leandra Blades argued that it was divisive politics and would do nothing to raise our test scores. I respectfully disagree. Of course, PYL must focus on academics, but academic excellence starts with a safe and supportive environment. I also think it would have been a great opportunity for Leandra to discuss how culturally focused music programs can help cultivate an environment where students feel welcomed and respected. Since the last board meeting, I've heard of at least 2 instances of locker room bullying at 2 different schools, one targeting a student with a disability. I emailed Richard McLinden about this but haven't heard back. I don't think student safety is controversial, and positive school environments increase attendance and engagement, which improves learning outcomes. So please revisit the topic, especially given recent concerns I've heard around PYL funding for wellness counselors. And also, I just want to say I love seeing all the students talk tonight, and both of my students benefited from taking summer school with impacted schedules. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hammond?
Would it be possible to go last, sir, if it's okay with the board?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Jeannie, you'll be up.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Bremer, teacher at El Dorado High School. First, I'd like to thank all the students that I see here. Lots of familiar faces and parents, too. I'm so proud of all of you for coming and using your voices for something that you believe in. So good for you. Thank you for being so civically minded. I'm here to give my monthly report about how great multicultural studies is. And to give you an example, at my multicultural studies class at El Dorado, we were studying California farm workers. And as a little bit of an add-on, my students were analyzing orange crate labels from the orange groves from Placentia and Yorba Linda. And they really loved seeing this kind of micro-local aspect of our culture. And they took a look at these different orange crate labels and they saw what kind of stories they told, whose stories they told, and then we folded that into our lesson on the farm workers. One of my students is a docent in training at Key Ranch, which is one of our museums locally. And she was so excited. She needed to insert herself in the lesson, and of course she got opportunity to do so. And that weekend, a bunch of us met over at Key Ranch on a Saturday, and this student was able to give us a tour of Key Ranch and talk about how they have a whole thing about orange crate labels as part of their tour and part of what they have there at the museum. So it was a really great way for my students to be able to honor each other and our local community here and our history here, and to tie all that into our multicultural studies class. So just spreading that happiness about multicultural studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Brooke Jones. I'm a 45-year Yorba Linda resident, and 4 of my children, all 4 of them, went to the Yorba Linda school system, Placentia-Yorba Linda school system. So I'm very fond of this district. I have a question, however, and I hope that you can help me with this. The state did very well a couple of years ago. We had about almost $100 billion above the budget that was requested, and of that, $49 billion approximately is supposed to go for educational purposes. My question is, what fraction of that came to Placentia-Yorba Linda School District, and how has that been used? So if you can make that available to us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Hammond.
Name's Robert Hammond, members of the board and superintendent. Just wanted to say it's an honor to come before you guys. I'm the current president of the board of I-9 Sports Association. We're a nonprofit youth sports organization, and we focus on introducing children ages 3 to 15 to many different sports, such as flag football, cheer, soccer, basketball, volleyball, t-ball, and now tennis. We've been operating for 10 years, and our first season was right here in this school district. I'm also a former special education teacher and varsity coach. And over the last 10 years, we've dealt with many different school districts, city departments, and other organizations to be able to offer our one-day-a-week program. And the reason I'm coming before this honorable board tonight is to share that the use of facilities department that you all have here at this school district, which is run basically by Mr. Paul Juarez and assisted by Mrs. Teresa Solario and Mrs. Jamie Toon, they have been absolutely consistent in being professional, courteous, and really constantly going above and beyond in providing outstanding communication. These 3 individuals, they have, to just put it in another way, they have blessed our organization and allowing us to focus on helping children and really serving the families within this community. If it may please the board, could I have another 15 seconds?
I would like to, Devil Dog, but I'm unable to at this point. I'm sorry.
Well, I have these. I'd like to just leave these letters with the board, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Dr. Matthews will get those as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
And it's an honor to work with them because I'll tell you what, they set the bar for the whole county.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, folks, this brings us to our action items, general functions. I would like to have a motion, please. Okay, I'll try that one more time. Let's go with a communication and board report. Here we go. We'll go ahead and start with Trustee Buck. I think that's a small stroke.
Thank you. Well, well, I missed you all last month, so I'll give a little bit of update of what I missed sharing about and then ongoing since then. You had mentioned congratulations to Valencia High School's women's water polo team as their CIF champs this year. And also congratulations to Valencia High School's decathlon team, who are now going to be going to state. So we wish them all of the best. They were second place Division I, but we also had Esperanza High School and Yorba Linda High School that both placed in Division II as well. So congratulations to them. I had a few school visits over the last couple of months that I just wanted to touch on. I had the opportunity to go visit Tufree Middle School, which was a fabulous tour, and got to visit all of the classrooms. I went into a class, though, that I hadn't seen because no kids are actually in it, but they have a culinary class in there, and I thought that was quite interesting. And since we have a culinary academy at Yorba Linda High School, and that classroom was sitting there, I just kind of wanted to give a heads up that it might be interesting to create some sort of class that could be there that might funnel up to the high school. It was great to see that. I went to Linda Vista and had a school visit there. I was there during their month of kindness and saw all the ways that the students were demonstrating and encouraging kindness on campus and even at home. I attended Fairmont Elementary School one day, and at the time they were doing their STEAM Genius Day, which they do on a weekly basis. And I believe it's fifth grade, maybe fourth and fifth grade, get together in their multi-purpose room and they Imagineer all kinds of solutions for problems. While I was there, they were building Rube Goldberg machines, which are machines made out of anything that they possibly could find, and they were transporting one thing to another. So it's kind of like almost like a mousetrap game, if you haven't seen that before, where you have the marble go down and it has to go around to get to the end. It has to go through all these different challenges. So they were having a ball playing and building those machines. I was able to visit Glenview and visited the classrooms there, and of course the dual immersion program, and seeing what that looks like now as we get ready to expand up to Bernardo-Yorba. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like with a whole new school that we're going to be adding to. I was able to attend the Unified Dance. You mentioned the game. The Unified Dance at Yorba Linda Middle School was another one of those events where you smile ear to ear the whole time you're there. That was very fun. Got to see Mrs. Anderson there. I attended the PTA Founders Dinner back in February and got to see lots of our PTAs and all of our hardworking parents out enjoying their evening. Also participated in the LCAP online that Dr. Matthews and Dr. Adamson led. And then the Chapman Holocaust Day. That was the art and music contest. It's really an emotional day, and if you don't have tears in your eyes at some point, you're just not paying attention, because it was remarkably moving. And I've been attending for many, many years. I don't know if we still are, but at one point we were the only district actually in the world that had all of our middle and high schools that submitted. I hope that we're challenging other districts out there to meet that as well. But we used to have a number of Holocaust survivors there, a couple of rows, and over the last few years, they're aging out, and so there were only 2 or 3 that were there this time. So it's incredibly important that we listen to their stories and get to hear their stories. So I'm proud that our students get to do that. I attended the El Dorado High School Orchestra concert with their feeder schools, Tuffrey and Yorba Linda Middle. It was a luncheon attended with Mrs. Blades, and we both got to stand up and say thank you to all of our students and the families out there that do support our music and arts programs. Moving on, our North Orange County ROP meeting will be tomorrow. It's my first time actually having the back-to-back meetings because theirs is Wednesday night. First time they were a week later, so I'll be going home and doing additional studying and working on that in the morning as well. So I'll report back any updates that we have at the next meeting. In a couple of weeks, I'll actually be able to participate for the first time in their celebration of success. They have Student of the Year interviews, so I'll be interviewing 3 students to select who is going to be the ROP Student of the Year. For CNAC, which is the Child Nutrition Advisory Council for Superintendent Tony Thurmond and the California Department of Education, we had our spring meeting last week and spent a half a day working out the previous goals that we had set at the previous meeting. We worked to develop white pages and strategies that the CDE will be able to use. And the 3 focus areas that we're working on right now are increasing access to breakfast, increasing access to nutrition during the out-of-school times, especially summer, and ensuring there's adequate seat time that students have to eat. We'll be meeting again in May online and then meeting in person in Sacramento to wrap up, hopefully, these goals. And then those items will be placed on California Department of Ed's website and used as resources throughout the state. Orange County School Board Association, we had a physical seminar at the end of January. We'll have another one coming up here pretty soon to talk about the budget. Last week, I attended the OCSBA and AXA joint dinner meeting. Candy Kern, a board member from Cypress Elementary School, received the Marion Bergeson Award for outstanding contributions and service promoting and enhancing public education. And the speaker was Nadalina Nasserdeen, who is the author of Rise Up for You. She talks about closing the gap between you and your potential. She teaches about emotional intelligence to educate, empower, and transform companies and individuals through emphasizing soft skills, confidence, and leadership ability that's needed in today's world. She has a book out, and some people were able to get that book there and have her sign it. It really is, what she talked about was really important, and talking about how we need to teach kids how to regulate their emotions. They might not be able to identify what that emotion is. There's steps that they need to be able to be successful. So being able to identify what their emotion is, label it, and then have strategies that can help, in those that are difficult, and actually in all of our emotions. Let's see. So there's a program that I recently learned about that I just wanted to share. It's called Civicology, and it's built to create caring, connected, motivated students through civic engagement and civic discourse. The program was developed by high school government and economics teachers in Northern California who are also school board members, and they developed a unique way to approach learning and mental health. They empower students to solve local problems and help others, which makes them feel confident, optimistic, and connected to their school and community. It really is like building a nonprofit within a high school, and that's what it's developed into after the 11 years that they've been doing this. They began 11 years ago because they knew learning is best by doing, and doing is best by serving others. We all feel good when we go out and volunteer, as we know, and we do love Placentia and love Yorba Linda. I do a lot of that in my work. We have a lot of volunteers that come and they want to give back, and giving back has intrinsic benefits to it, and this program is really built around that. It's a multifaceted curriculum that brings together pieces of mental health, civics, government, economics, engagement, and civil discourse that works in one unified program. It's a workshop where the students, they come in and they have a group of students. They pick a cause together. They brainstorm and identify some of those solutions, and then they learn how to partner with others in the community and plan a culminating event that well, for the first one they did, it was a financial goal, but it's ways to give back to the community. The first one that they actually shared 11 years ago that they did, the students in this school had been working at the local elementary school, and one of the students was a 5-year-old, and over the Christmas break, the student was in a car accident with all of his family, and all of his family members died in that accident. And so the students chose him as their cause. They wanted to make sure that because he lost his parents, that he still had the opportunity to go to school. So they wanted to raise money to pay for his college. Not only did they raise money, but they utilized people in the community to help them figure out how they were going to, where they were going to put the money, how they were going to use it and invest it, so that by the time that he graduated from high school, he had enough money to graduate or to go on to college. So they raised $30,000. They figured out through all of their investigation that it was going to cost $131,000 for him to go to school. So they invested all of that money, figured out with their with the other people that the experts that they had worked with, got a 9.9% rate on that return, and that student is actually now at the age of graduation and has $131,000 to go to school. So it was just an amazing story that all the kids, the kids were the ones that figured this out and wanted wanted this to be their cause. So I will pass along the information. It's a 1-day event. They come down and they work with the students, and they figure out what that cause might be. It's something that can grow from there. In the 11 years they've been doing this, they've now made it into a pathway, and they've given $1.2 million to support underserved children, and they've created an experiential learning program with a purpose. So I just wanted to share. It was really an amazing program that I had never really seen before. And since I do a lot of that same work, a lot of us do that same work in our community, it really does change how you feel, and with very little. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I've read recently as well. Orange County Department of Ed has regional mental health coordinators, and they have received a grant through the Mental Health Services Act that is now going to expand that to 7 coordinators that now will work countywide and will support any additional mental health services that we need beyond what we have here. So it's nice to be working with this the same pathway as the county. Let's see. Lastly, I just wanted to also share on Tuesday, March 23rd at Esperanza High School. It's Valencia High School, Esperanza High School Choir, an evening with Tanisha Wilson. I hope I said that correctly. If you've ever seen Hamilton, you should go and see this show. I plan on seeing a couple of other performances coming up in the near future. Yorba Linda High School has Urinetown that's performing, and El Dorado High School has another one, forget the title, but it's the following week. So please go out and experience all of our art and music programs. They're fantastic. So that's it for me.
Good evening, everybody. This was a very busy month, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I had several school visits. I went to Yorba Linda Middle School, where I got to see the drumline in action as they gave me a little preview in their class. I also learned more about the video production and all the videos that are made for the school, the announcements. So that was exciting to go into their class. I saw a lot of great novel discussions, reading, forecasting about what could be happening next on some great novels in different classes. I also got to listen in on some 8th graders learning about the Western Migration and the Oregon Trail. PE, I learned how to tie some knots for archery. And I actually learned the proper way to serve in pickleball. I didn't know you can. This is wrong. You have to go this way. Is that right? Okay. Yeah. And I really enjoyed watching the staff and administrators interacting with all the students. And you could, because I stayed during break, and you could really tell that they had such a great rapport with their students and each of their individual needs. And so that was really fun. I also went to Buena Vista Elementary School, where I got to observe music class and hear our beginning band students. A little bit different than Yorba Linda. I got to meet one of our registered behavioral therapists, and then later on in my visit, I got to see her in action, and it was really impressive to see her work with this student. And every school I go to, I hear testimonials of how important our registered behavioral therapists are, and I'm grateful that we have them. I learned all about the letter P in TK, and I saw some great word decoding. I saw lots of happy and engaged students. I learned more about the intermittent math program for elementary students and how we help students that are in advanced math in sixth grade really get to bridge that so that they are ready for algebra in middle school. I learned about irregular past tense verbs, and I was really in awe because one of the students explained the difference between irregular and regular verbs, and he did an amazing job. And I'm like, this is a student, this is a teacher in the making right here. It was so clear and precise, and I was very impressed. I also went to Tuffrey Middle School, and I got to hear the band and the choir that day, and it was the first thing I saw, so it was a great way to start the day. I got to go up into Gear Up, and I was treated when I entered the room with a salute from the students, and it was fun to see their enthusiasm. I got to see science in action. One of the classes was working on circuit boards and magnets, and it was really interesting. I got to listen to a little talk radio from a radio that the students built. They were looking for music, but we got some talk radio. Another highlight was actually seeing, every middle school I keep going to, they talk about how they have these video production classes, and they make the announcements. Well, I actually got to see it live, and that was fun to see the students putting their work together and seeing their creativity. I got to learn more about the web program there and all the outreach that they're doing to make the students feel welcome and included. I watched a little bit of a language arts lesson on Dr. Martin Luther King, where all students were having discussions and learning the importance of not all agreeing on issues, and it's okay. And I think this is really a lost art, and I'm hoping the next generation brings it back up. I got to meet the wellness counselor there and visited the wellness room, and it was really quite impressive, and I could spend the whole day there. Glen Knoll, I also went there. I got to visit a third grade classroom where the students were in computer lab, and the students had developed their own surveys, and then they had asked their classmates answers, and then they were actually inputting them and making graphs on the computer. And their surveys were hysterical. One of the student surveys was, what's your most unfavorite vegetable? Not your most favorite, unfavorite, and mushrooms won out, hands down. Mountains won over beach. Sorry, Dr. Matthews. Yeah. And not surprising, mac and cheese and hamburgers tied for the most favorite food. So I was really kind of surprised about chicken nuggets personally, but that wasn't a top. I learned more about CGI, cognitive guided instruction, and how it helps with our math problem solvings. I learned about mixed numbers and improper fractions, and the teacher had a great analogy for the students. She compared it to a 500-pound man standing over a baby, and I don't think the kids are going to forget that. I found, I observed an interesting lesson where students were looking for evidence in the text to support their theories in a book that they're reading. And it was just so interesting listening to these kids have this mature, like, I like to add on, and I disagree. And it was really impressive. They were young. They were, I believe, first or second graders. It might have been a combo class, can't remember. I learned how this school at Glen Knoll targets interventions for after school, and it was very interesting to learn more about how they're doing that in their after school programs. I attended the Mustang Market ribbon cutting, and it was excited to see their students' hard work in organizing a business and doing their market research, purchasing and being ready to sell on campus twice a week. Their logo was, and I forgot to bring it, was actually designed by a student, and it's very creative. And they treated us visitors so nicely with little gifts. And I just really appreciate them and all their hard work and wish them the best. I also attended the CSBA and Asset Access Dinner on emotional intelligence, and I really liked how it's such a key, besides the student portion, it was such a key part for leaders to have all that emotional intelligence. I also attended the Holocaust and writing contest, which has been talked about, and it was really moving listening to the students read their works. There was, and particularly a middle school student read his poem, and it was incredible. I attended the community meeting at El Camino for their WASC accreditation, and it was really inspirational to hear the stories of how El Camino has changed so many people's lives. There was former students, current students, parents in there, and talking about how the school has just blessed them and uplifted them. And there might have been some advocating from parents and students for more electives in sports, just FYI. I attended the middle school basketball tournament. I had a short period of time. I got to watch a boys and a girls game, and that. At first, I walked in and I was like, "What is going on?" And it was very organized chaos, and watching these kids play to their full heart out. And lastly, if anyone knows me, I'm going to put a plug in for Love Placentia. It's coming up April 22nd. The projects are opening up this month, March 23rd, online. Love Placentia is going to be at every school in Placentia and doing projects throughout the city at nonprofits. We're really excited to be back to our full strength from the pandemic. And because I love Yorba Linda as well, their Love Yorba Linda Day is March 29th. So if you're interested in participating in those, it's a great way for students to earn community service hours, to get leadership opportunities. So if you're interested, meet new people, really connect. That's the part I love most about it, is it really brings the community together to serve. And there's just something about planting or digging or painting next to somebody that you have an instant bond. And so hopefully we'll see you all out there on the 22nd or on the 29th, or maybe both. So that's what I've been up to. Thanks.
That was good. Thank you, Trustee Anderson. That was especially the Love Placentia and Love Yorba Linda. The last year was incredible. Definitely kept us busy, and it was a lot of fun. So thanks for bringing that up again.
All right. Well, this last month I had opportunity to do a couple of school visits. I got to go to Glen Knoll Elementary and take a tour of the school itself, got to see the library, the computer lab. That campus, if you've never been and just stood up in the middle of that quad there, you got a great look out over this. It's just, some of the campuses in this district are amazing. I ended up landing in Mrs. Finney's third grade class and had a great time watching the kids they were doing some grammar competitions, which I'm a sports guy, competition. It was really fun. And the kids were really into it, and they were getting so many answers correct that the system was overloading. It was really phenomenal. And then I got to see they've got caterpillars that they're turning into butterflies. And then at the end, they asked me to read. So I said, I don't know how to read. This is going to be a problem. And I was kidding, of course. So I read a book to the kids, and it was really great getting to see the kids enjoy. They enjoy reading. They enjoy this story that The Incredible Ivan, I think, was the book, and doing voices of the animals and stuff. We've got some phenomenal kids as they're coming up. And then after Glen Knoll, I was able to attend the Mustang Market opening with Marilyn and a few others. I have to say, there were students that spoke there, and then the students that spoke tonight. We have an amazing group of kids that are articulate, that are clear and concise. They share their ideas, and they are going places. The thing I love, I've said it several times, I think probably every meeting, the CTE programs we have at this school or at this district are awesome, and specifically the Mustang Business Academy. I got a tour of I almost said office space, the classroom there. It feels like it's a startup feel. They've got, it's a real opportunity for students to feel what business is like and see what that actually would be like in the real world. It's again, if you have students that are interested in any of these CTE programs, getting involved, I think, is a huge thing, and it's going to benefit them more than here in our district, but beyond. So that was really, really great. And then finally, I've been doing a deep dive into the difference between policy procedures and guidelines. A lot of us have been diving into that this week, and I'm seeing a lot of things that need to be corrected, defined, and then there's just a lot of confusion. I think that needs to be cleared up with communication. So I'm looking forward to many of the things that are on the agenda tonight to help do some of that. And that's the end of what I have to say.
After my last two board reports, I'm going to try to be quick as well. I visited Maple Plain this past week and got a tour of the campus, had a great time meeting. I went through every class on campus, and that also has an amazing playground too. I know Glen Knoll, I was there last month, and that view is great. But we have some really, really nice campuses. I did also go to the El Dorado Orchestra concert. I attended with Carrie Black, and we sat next to each other. When I realized so she plays the piano, and Todd plays the drums. I can play the tambourine, and I karaoke. And so we're kind of wondering what you two do, because we kind of feel we could be brought in on some of these music collaborations and take the show on the road. And so, so you learn something new every day. So we'll see. We'll find out what Marilyn and Sean's hidden talents are. But I did find it really funny. They did a lot of Beauty and the Beast songs. And that is a song me and my brother karaoke to quite often. So it was just, it was a fun night. And it was really, they were just spectacular. We have so much talent in this district. And so that was a really special night. And so I wanted to thank everyone for the invite who reached out. I attended Travis Ranch for Read Across America. I read to all of the TK classes and also to fourth grade. And fourth grade was ready for me because fourth grade are some activists. And so what they also talked about, they still want walls in between the classroom, which I said hopefully we're working on that. But they complained about the lunch meals. They would like breakfast to be not so hot all the time. They do not like the sausage and the egg sandwiches. They would like to have some muffins that are wrapped up and granola bars that are wrapped up, because sometimes when they get there, they're not necessarily hungry, but they're hungry at snack. So they would like something that is wrapped so they could take it with them. They would like more options. Right now they just have a milk and chocolate milk option. They would like some juice options. They would also too, which they, may have started a petition in that class on that day when we were in there, but they also had a lot of great ideas on how to minimize the lunch lines. And so they were saying that what you were talking about, they don't have enough seats. And they also, too, they don't have enough time to get their food and then sit down and eat. So they are bringing forward to their administration over at Travis Ranch how to have 2 lunch lines. There are some fabulous ideas in there. They would also like more basketballs, and the rims on the basketball court, some of them are too small. They bounce out too much. I loved it. It was great. It was awesome.
One of them really is problematic. I'm going to give the kids that. And so while we're they had a lot of good things to say and a lot of good things to improve their school. And I think too, what was really good about the teacher and the classes that I was in is there's a lot of you can advocate for yourself, and also too there's ways to approach administration with your ideas. And as I told them too, you're 9 years old, but you're never too young to speak out. Obviously, with all these kids speaking out tonight, you know, learning to speak out and advocate for yourself, I think is just amazing for these kids, especially at this young age. I'm part of the Yorba Linda Women's Club, and so they had their big craft fair this weekend. And so I volunteered, and one of my sons volunteered with me. And so walking around at the end, I ran into a group of students. And I didn't know they were students at the time. They just looked like, you know, cute girls selling bracelets. And I needed a gift for a friend's daughter. And so I met, from Travis Ranch, I met Alyssa Azar, Aria Flores, Taliana Katana, Sophia, I'm gonna screw up this name, Sophia and Alex Masterosian. And so they are a part of the Peachy Boutique. And so they do custom bracelets, they do custom necklaces, they actually personalize a bracelet. And so I did ask permission if I could give them a shout out tonight, because they are going live on an Instagram page pretty soon, this week or next week. So if you are looking for some really cool bracelets, necklaces, I mean, it was really, really cute. They have Venmo, so it's great. I had no cash. So I'm sure everywhere I go, my husband really gets irritated with me because of that Venmo option. So I bought some good things, and I just thought, you know, too, so creative. They're out there, they're networking, you know, they're selling their stuff. I mean, just a great group of kids that we have in our district. Attended the California Policy Center in Sacramento. Myself and Sean, we flew up after the last board meeting, and that was a 2-day event. And a lot of it was legal updates. A lot of it was what's going on with the schools. And one of the things that we found out up there, and I'm sure we may have known about this, but this was really kind of one of the big deals, is that 25% of the children in the United States are dyslexic, and they need screening. And so in K through 3rd grade, that's the time when you need to hone in and find this, you know, to be able to stop it, or not even stop it, but to, I guess, diagnose it and be able to, like, you know, help them and not affect their education. And so the next day we were able to go, and we were meeting with a couple people that's in the assembly, and there's actually some bills that are that's being moved forward, and there's been bills in the past. And this is going to sound like very, like as a hit, but it's not a hit on the union at all. But they've said the CTA has been blocking this bill, and they think it's going to block it again. And so my hope is that us and the union can work together to start screening for dyslexia in our school district, and that we can all work together, and the teachers, the parents, the students, we can find a way that we can do the screening necessary, and we don't have to bring politics or anything into this. Let's just find a way to screen in our district and move forward and get these kids the best education possible. I also have been advocating for Accelerated Reader, which is our AR program, and I'm really, really happy to say that it is now back for the 2023-24 school year. As of right now, the PTA is supposed to pay for that, and I'm also wondering if there's any way that the district could possibly help pay for that, because if a PTA, you know, if it's a need at a school and the PTA is hesitant to pay or doesn't want to pay, I don't think teachers should have to miss out in their classroom on something, especially helping children to read. I talked to some middle school wellness specialists, because that was a hot topic this last week, and obviously mental health, our kids need mental health, and so they do a lot. They were giving me statistics on how many kids they see, and I just want them to know how much they're appreciated, but I also wanted to let everybody know that our district staff, our executive cabinet here, and all of the staff is working very, very hard to find the money to, you know, fill these positions, and they're dedicated to doing so. And so I just would really like to ask everybody to just to be patient, and just to know that everyone understands how important this is, and everyone's working very hard to find the funding. And I mean, Dave Giordano, he's a rock star, so he'll find it if it's there. I also talked to today an alumni of Valencia High School. He is now at Cal State University Long Beach. He did an interview for one of the newspapers at Long Beach about the critical race theory ban and some of the stuff that's entailed. And so we had about an hour-long conversation. It was a great conversation, and I was just very, very proud of him. His name was Richard Mendoza, and so I told him I was going to give him a shout-out tonight because it was just a great conversation. He did a great job in the interview. And so I look forward to working with him, and he just said that to thank everyone here because Placentia-Yorba was a good place for him to be. And then lastly, we talked to a lot of teachers, and everywhere we're kind of just all around, especially when you have kids in the school district and you're doing lots of things. Our teachers sometimes feel like there is a disconnect between the district and what's actually going on in the classrooms, and so they've actually asked if we could possibly have a teachers town hall, and where they can come and talk about their ideas and talk with other teachers, what's working or what not, and air what they think could work, what could not. And so I said I would take that, I would bring it up at the board meeting, and so that's what I've done. And so I'm looking forward to another busy month ahead. I'm attending the Esperanza music. I don't know what the name is. Yeah, I'm attending that. I'm really looking forward to that. Looking forward to a lot of cool stuff that's coming up. And so that will end my board report.
All right, thank you. The fact that she stole most of my thunder there, I mean,
I didn't mean to.
It's really going to make mine short, but it was a great trip to the state capitol. On the first day, as Ms. Blades mentioned, it was more of a parent seminar, and so we got to meet several parents that were concerned about education and the future of education, which was really nice to kind of connect with them. Also we got to talk to several to legislators, actual lawmakers, and one of the things that I was really impressed with is the fact that a bill is being placed, or it's going to be shown, that is a bipartisan bill that talks about dyslexia testing, and I think you'll start seeing that here coming up in the very near future, in which they're going to require it, I believe up to second grade, that they're looking to require it for all school settings, public, private, and even for homeschooling. So we'll see how that goes. Just kind of, anything in which we can help kids, succeed better. I know my oldest was dyslexic, and we could not understand why it was so difficult for him in school, because super smart kid, he was just seeing things differently than what I would have seen, or reading was different for him. But once we got it figured out with a lot of testing and a lot of praying about it, he was fine. He made it through. But I would love to see this diagnosed early on, so these kids won't have to be so frustrated, and parents won't have to be so frustrated as well. Other things in which we're done, we've been spending a lot of time with our superintendent firm, in which we've been dealing with. We've got a couple of things on the agenda for that coming up, in which I've been talking with a lot, as well as our law firm. We had some district things that were happening, in which was keeping me pretty busy as well. And even some community parents had some questions about the district, or some concerns about some of our policies, and I usually set aside some time for them with a lot of coffee involved. So I'm pretty coffeeed out right now, but needless to say, those times were really good. I look forward for this month. As you're hearing, it's going to be a very busy month, but it should be very productive. So that'll end my board report, and we'll go ahead and get moving on. Okay. Here we go. Now the action items. Sorry about that. General functions, I'm going to go ahead and get a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to adopt revised 2023 Board of Education meeting schedule.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Todd Frazier, seconded by Leandra Blades. Okay, any comments?
I just wanted to confirm this is only a 1-year addition to this date, correct? This isn't ongoing in subsequent years?
I think
You
it's
mean
1 year.
Yeah, just this year. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We're just doing the April 18th one for the purpose of the hiring.
Perfect.
Excellent. Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 5 plus our student board member. All right, moving on. Okay, I need a motion for number 2, please.
I'll make a motion to vote for no more than 9 candidates for the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Ms. Blades, second by Ms. Anderson. Okay, guys, so what they have in the packets, folks, is they have several delegates in which we can vote for, up to 9. The only 2 that I really know are on this dais right now. But they did give a little bit of information on all these other candidates that were also vying for these seats. So as far as I'm concerned, I just have Ms. Anderson and Ms. Blades that I'll be voting for, but
So Mrs. Anderson and I talked a little bit about this because we both attend the OCSBA meetings and know some of, I know all the people.
Okay, I
All,
figured.
actually, not all, but
Just
all but a
about all.
couple. So we talked a little bit about it. So in addition to Leandra Blades and Marilyn Anderson, we have Michelle Bartow, Bonnie Castry, Carrie Flanders, Jackie Philbeck, Susie Swartz, and then what were the other 2?
Kelly Osborne and Lauren Klatz.
Lauren Klatzker.
So that was 9.
And some of them I've worked with, so I have some experience. The other ones that I didn't, we kind of looked at their resumes and,
Okay.
and felt who might be the most beneficial to us as an Orange County delegate to be able to speak on behalf of Orange County.
We kind of looked for various, interests and expertise as well.
excellent.
Perfect.
Definitely feel more confident if you guys have an idea of who else to vote for. Awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a vote on these 9 which were brought forward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll abstain from this.
And you'll abstain. Got it. Good
You don't
man.
want to. You don't want to vote for me and
Don't know
Marilyn?
anybody? Oh, you could vote for them. That's true.
You can still.
Now you're taking offense.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay, motion carries 5-0 and an abstain student board member.
I'll never abstain again, will he?
Okay, moving forward. I'd like a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to revise board policy 5128.1, requirements for graduation from comprehensive high school, first reading. This revised policy includes guidelines on impacted schedules.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Mr. Frazier, seconded by Ms. Blades. Dr. Matthews, if you would.
Will, thank you very much. President Youngblood, trustees, and executive cabinet members, this is Board Policy 5128.1, requirements for graduation. We're bringing this forward for your consideration to facilitate, to talk about a recent change to the impacted schedule guidelines we mentioned during the report. The policy also has some updates that are based on new laws that are out there. I first of all want to thank the speakers who came forward and talked to us about this. I think what we're trying to do here is bring this forward as a board policy, because in the past it's been a guideline. The intent has always been to help students to take more electives, including the arts. But I understand there's consternation about, this has not been part of a board policy before, but we, at the board request, we are bringing it forward to include it in our board policy on graduation. I do want to note that we've seen very few students who've been unable to register for a class of their choosing due to the courses they want. And later on, I'll go through a few of those just so you can see the kind of courses, schedules that we're approving and that we are not approving. We have encouraged every family who believes they've been affected to speak directly to their school counselor to see if they really have an impacted schedule, if it can be accommodated. In the families that I've spoken with, in every case, they've been able to accommodate the schedule. So you can find this out if you're at home at www.pylusd.org. So I'd like to first of all look at a few changes we're recommending in the policy. This is a first reading. And then I'd like to go through some slides that have some examples of schedules that we're looking at. So the underlined portions are ones that we're recommending changes to. So on the first page of the policy, one change that we're making is, and this is a requirement in Ed Code now, but we currently have to complete 2 math courses to graduate. And Algebra 1 is one of those. We have stated before that if you completed Algebra 1 in 8th grade, you only needed to complete 1 more. Ed Code requires that if you complete Algebra in 8th grade, you still need to take 2 more courses in mathematics. We want our students who are in 8th grade math to do 2 more courses of math. If you're an advanced math student, we want you to keep on going. We think you should be doing your A through G. So this should not be impacting anyone with this. The second one will take some more explanation. It talks about a third year of math being taken as a computer science course. And as we've done more research on this, that is, if we have a 3-year math requirement, then we can make that a third year that's required there. And so that kind of fits into our next conversation about the 3-year math requirement. So we'll talk about that and determine whether we're going to keep that in the policy or not. On the next page, the CTE language there is just, it doesn't change anything that we're doing. It just specifies how those courses are supposed to be labeled. And then finally, we get into the language on impacted schedules. So the language we are recommending is the policy guidelines what we did put forward. I do believe we're going to have a robust conversation at the board tonight that could alter this, but we put forward what we put forward earlier in the letter we sent out. So, and that's basically that a student has an impacted schedule if they are in a college and career readiness academy or pathway or program that requires they be involved, okay? And so some of those include the Air Force JROTC, the AVID program, the Aztec Engineering and Manufacturing, Career Technical Pathways, Digital Media Arts Academy, the Law Academy, the Early College program, the International Baccalaureate IB program, as well as the AP program, Medical Sciences, Mustang Business Academy. The seal of biliteracy is a big one because anyone who's pursuing foreign languages really has the option, has in our mind an impacted schedule. So especially the first 3 years, if you're in a Spanish 1, 2, 3, French 1, 2, 3, you're going to qualify for an impacted schedule, and that allows people to take a lot of electives and Valtech. And so that's the impacted schedule policy that we've been operating by. I would like to, if we can get some slides up here, look at a couple of schedules that might show you what we are looking at, and maybe it helps people to understand where we go. Okay, thank you very much. So here's a few selected transcripts that we have. All right, so here's a 9th grade student taking Japanese 1, taking AP Computer Science Principles, taking Orchestra, and then Algebra 2, Chemistry, PE, and Language Arts. So there are 3 electives in there. And because they're taking Japanese 1 towards and the CTE pathway, they qualify as an impacted schedule. All right, so another one would be a 10th grade student. Here's taking Language Arts, Geometry, Chemistry, Spanish 4, AVID, Medical Careers, Athletics. This is a 3-time qualifier for an impacted schedule. It's a little overkill, actually, but they would qualify to take an online course as well. Here's an 11th grade student. There we go. Taking AP English Language, Spanish 3, Pre-Calc, Physics, AP Chemistry, and Athletics. They qualify because, again, they're pursuing towards the seal of biliteracy. So they would qualify to take those courses. And these are very typical schedules. Here's another 11th grade student taking ceramics, AP Environmental Science, Business, Common Tech, and Athletics. they qualify because they're in a CTE pathway. Here's a student, another 11th grade student taking Spanish 3, Algebra 2 Trig, Concert Choir, ASB, AVID, Accounting Athletics. They qualify for an impacted schedule, again, for AVID and the biliteracy seal. And then we go to another 11th grade student with environmental science, theater arts, psychology, sociology. This is a student who would not qualify under our guidelines right now, because they have the theater arts elective, a psychology elective, a sociology elective, and so there's 3 electives on there without being in one of our impacted programs. And so under our current guidelines, they would not qualify. Another one, we had a 12th grade student you're allowed as a 12th grader to take just 5 classes. It's the only grade when you can do that. And so they are taking AP Seminar, AP German, Pre-Calc, Medical Assisting. And so with only taking 5 classes, we would say they could take a government econ class in their 6-period day. Again, a big part of the reason we're looking at this policy is we love the idea of students having an impacted schedule and being able to take an online course. But we also recognize that a 6-week online course does not compare to a 36-week in-person course for us here. And so we're trying to draw that right balance between what's best for the student and what's best for their academic progress along the way. Here's another 12th grade student with Language Arts 4. Then they have wind ensemble, jazz ensemble, and orchestra, and teacher's aid. Again, we think that our classes of a 36-week schedule in a course are a teacher's aid. While it can be a great option for a kid, we'd rather see them take a government econ class with us during the course of the year. And so those are examples of schedules as we've been put forward. So I'll open up to the board. This is a first reading of a policy. And so the way that works is we listen to our board conversation. And we will come back to you with, if there's consensus on the board on where to go, we'll put that in writing and bring it back to you at our April 11th meeting.
Can you define the difference between a guideline and a policy for us?
Right, a guide. So policies are our graduation requirements are listed in there, and so we are often trying to figure out which courses students can take to figure that part out. And so every detail is not figured out as we sort of set a policy. So we will often have counselors come to us and say, okay, how do we do this? This is the policy. How do we go forth and make this happen? What are the details of it? Because if you've ever spoken to a high school counselor, they have a gazillion problems they bring up that come up that we didn't anticipate in the policy. So we're trying to figure out the guidelines for that. Let us to have consistent application of what we think will achieve the board policy.
Would it be fair to say a guideline's a suggestion?
Well, what we want to do is be consistent with all of our schools. And so we try to apply those guidelines consistently across, in this case, all 4 high schools.
Sure, but the guideline is not a policy, it's a suggestion for the students.
We want to, it can be more than that. It can be how we interpret that. And if the board disagrees with that,
sure,
they can bring it part of our policy and say, we prefer to do it this way.
So, but if it's a guideline and it didn't come before the board, this is something that was created by outside of the board, and there are many things that happen that way. Those are still just suggestions to how to do things as opposed to a policy that dictates this is how you do things.
The policy is intended to create the overall structure for how something is supposed to happen, and then the staff figures out how to apply that policy evenly across the schools.
Okay. So, and this is a guideline that we're talking about. You're trying to make it a policy in the graduation requirements.
Right. I think there's been enough concern raised about this that we should clarify it, bring it to the board's attention, and see where we go from there.
Okay.
So this has actually been said that this is now a policy, because I have an email that says the PYL-USD impacted schedule policy, and it was created on 2/17 of 2023. And that is not on a day of a board meeting, and that was done without the board. Right. So I think what Trustee Frazier is trying to say is, we have now said that this is a policy because you have put it out to our teachers, staff, parents as a policy that didn't go before the board. So when are we now breaking board policy by enacting board policies or saying that they're board policies and creating without board approval? Because this is impact. I mean, this has caused chaos, absolute chaos throughout this school. And so here we have that this was created on 2/17. Did you vote on anything on 2/17? I didn't.
No. Yeah, this has never been a board policy.
But it
Right.
but it said PYL USD impacted schedule policy. So you guys are saying to people this is a policy, but then when you come in here and say that, well, these are only guidelines, and then all of these kids have lost out now. They've gone through Esperanza, the junior class. They have been told they cannot take government or econ over the summertime. I just got a text message from someone that said, my daughter's in Yorba High School. She is in 0 period band, yearbook, and soccer. With all other core classes she had to take, health and careers over the summer. She wanted to do the same classes next year, but her schedule is too impacted, so she has to drop something. So she is dropping soccer in order to stay in band and yearbook. Not what she wanted to do, but yearbook will lose all but 4 current students because of this. So there's five students in one class because this is impacted. And so my concern is that there's been so much misinformation. We've been told that the teachers and the union brought this forward, and then we were told as a board, the teachers and the union brought this forward. The union says they had nothing to do with it. And so where did this come from? Where did this start? And we need to be honest as to where this came from, because you can't give the union a bad rap saying that the union brought this forward, but it was outside of negotiation. And you can't, the teachers have brought it forward, or is this just done internally behind everybody's back? Because this is not transparent whatsoever.
Yeah, again, when you talk about policies, there's ASBs set policies for dances. Sport teams set policies for how they operate as well. There's so many different organizations that set policies for us. A board policy is a board policy. I mean, everything else operates from within those. And so when a board policy is created, that is what must be followed. And so again, if the board wants to do that, that's great. But what we do is when this policy was created because our counselors wanted consistency on how we did that. So we were meeting with our counselors and figuring out how we do it. If the board disagrees with it, it is your right to set a policy where you describe that more fully. And so we're going to take, I mean, again, there are so many details that if we brought all those details to the board for every meeting, you'd be meeting every day. We have to have the ability to interpret policy and go forth with it. And again, if the board sees a problem with it, bring it back and make it part of the board policy.
I've still never heard a problem that we're solving. And we had the conversation
Right.
that there's not really a problem. It's just a preference that these classes in the summer are not as robust as during the school year. But there's not a true problem that we're solving by limiting the kids taking summer school. Is that correct?
The only problem we're creating is that,
You mean
the
solving?
TA is a good.
You're creating problems. I don't think
The TA is a good example. I mean, I really believe that one of our courses is a better schedule than a TA. I do believe that. And so where is the line that we draw? I love the schedule with 4 arts classes in it, but is that worth not taking a academic class to get those 4 electives in there? That's the hard line to draw.
I think the problem that we have here is that it was said it went from 200 or 300 kids, the original intent in 2015, and then now you have 1,200 kids taking these classes. So now you have kids that were in 8th grade that are trying to go into 9th grade to take a health class, and it is impacting it's impacting hundreds of students. Just in this one text message, it was impacting 5 students. And so why are we doing this? First of all, where did this come from? And like what Todd said, what is this solving? Because these kids have a right. If you want to go take 0 period and take yearbook and you want to be an athlete and you want to be an ASB and you need to take a couple summer school classes to be able to make that work, why would anybody stand in the way? We are trying to bring out so many well-rounded students. And by doing this, like you're saying, you can only if you're doing what we deem is good. This is the only way that you guys can go forward with these impacted schedules. I mean, so we're really going to take away like 600, 800, of these students' schedules, they're going to be impacted. Because, I mean, you just said that it went up to 1,200 was accessing all of these summer school classes, and so they could take additional classes. And so not everybody, I know you said that the number is low, but not everybody has come and complained to the district. They're complaining to us, and a lot of kids just went in there to their counselor, and they were just told, nope, you can't take that class this next year. You can't do the summer school class, so you have to go drop something. And they haven't necessarily reported to the district, but they reported it to us. They report it to their counselors. And it's just not fair, and it's not right. And I don't see how you can go forward. And it was like nobody knew anything. Like who decided to start this? Like who brought this forward? Where was this committee? Who was involved on the committee? And why was the board kept out when you have hundreds of students that are impacted and it just causes chaos? Like that's where we want the questions. That's where the audience, people in the audience, people at home, they want to know why this was started, all these kids were impacted, and the board was left out. Because it kind of seems like we get reoccurring instances where the board is left out of a lot of decisions, and then it starts, stuff starts to catch on fire, and like we're here putting out the flames. And so here we are with all of these kids who have had to make these decisions. Well, now I have to give up soccer my senior year. Well, that's not fair to make a kid give up soccer because you guys wanted to change something around. It's not fair and it's not right. And so we need some more transparency from the district because, like, look at where we're at. Now are you going to send all of these kids back to the counselor, 8th grade through 11th? Are we sending them back all to the counselors and say, you know what, your schedule is not going to be, if we vote a different way tonight, like, we have to go back and fix it all?
We don't think there'd be that many to fix, but that's exactly what we would do.
Okay.
I think the issue before you tonight is some of you don't like the way the policy we've been using. What do you want to do? Make a recommendation for a policy and let's have a discussion. We'll bring it back to you and we can move forward.
Well, if we're going to talk, so this is where it's getting muddy. You keep saying policy, but then you also are saying, what's the word?
Guidelines.
Guidelines.
No, we're setting a policy
Like-
tonight.
I'm
let's
saying set
the
a board policy.
tonight.
Can I suggest that we just remove number 3 from this
Yes.
entirely? But without any limits on summer school, or do we need to make a statement about?
I think you need to
no
make a
limits?
statement on that. I think counselors need that clarity when a student can take a summer school, online summer school course.
So can I just weigh in just a touch? I have 3 daughters that have been through high school. All 3 of them have taken summer school classes because of impacted schedules. One IB, one that was AP and ASB, and the Spanish, seal of biliteracy. My oldest one started down that path, or my youngest one started down that path, has taken a summer school class. But this next year she's going to be a junior, and she doesn't have an impacted schedule, and she still wants to take a summer school class, but she wants to be a TA for one of the classes. I don't want her to be a TA. No offense to being a TA, but at her level of achievement, I expect her to do something that's more academic. So in that sense, I would much rather her be doing an academic class, maybe even an art class, music class, something that's on campus that's not a TA in exchange for a summer program. If it's an art and music, those classes, I don't have any problem with that. I think it's great. I think we, honestly, we could do more for art and music. We could even toss around creating some sort of pathway that has to do with art and music. I think that would be phenomenal, and really create it into something deeper and richer. I think that we can expand it a little bit and talk to, and make sure that the kids that want to take art and music, especially as they're getting into their senior year. I mean, there's really only one class right now that has a 4-year requirement, which is language arts. So we know they're going to be doing language arts. As long as they've met all of the other criteria, they should be able to do other classes. But again, it's meeting the other criteria. I have to agree with, the economics is going to be economics and social studies. It's going to be different in the summer. I mean, it just is. My daughters primarily took history. My youngest one now wants to do a dual enrollment class with Fullerton College and do business so that she gets dual enrollment for that. But I don't want her to, I want her to get to be at school and to be learning, and this is her only opportunity to do that. So I don't want to take it away because it opens it up there for that TA position, because there's not a lot of structure to it. You know, you're just helping
as
in
far
that
as-
sense. But the
Okay.
art and music, I believe that if there's a, you know, if that's an interest and that is a passion and they want to do that, then I think we definitely could look at that.
I also think too, like when you're talking about the TA spot, I think it was 12th grader who is a TA. So sometimes 12th grade, am I on? Sometimes 12th graders, they run out of classes. And so that's when they TA. And so I think too, as a parent, you said no to the TA, but there's going to be some parents who are going to say yes to the TA, and it's fine. And so I think that we just have to leave that up to all of the parents and the students and how they want to handle their education.
But as a district and as educators, we're supposed to be educating. So for them to not be taking a class or to take a smaller class in the summer so that they can have an open period, that's a defining line for me. I still think they should have a full schedule.
I want to add something. I agree with Trustee Buck. I'm all for like having performing arts and schedule, ASB. Obviously, I'm in ASB right now, and then I have a younger brother who'll be in ASB, and he'll need to take summer courses. But at the same time, I know people with like free periods and TA periods throughout the day, and then I think that if our priority is like the education of the student, then we should be looking at like the quality of a 36-week course versus like a 6-week summer course. And for something like econ, maybe like history or health and careers over the summer, I think that's like easier to fit in. But for a big class like econ or some other rigorous courses, it's not. I think we should like draw the line there on whether we want to let the student make their own decision on having a TA class when they're kind of ignoring the possibility of taking such like a big course throughout the year.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. However, I feel like we're bordering on getting into the parents' business.
Yes.
That's my concern.
But a TA is not educational. Educational.
I don't disagree with that. But so I'm wondering, is a TA maybe something we shouldn't offer? Like, is that what we're
Yeah,
saying?
if
Like,
that's where we're at, then don't offer TA.
Like, if the TA is a sticking point, why do we have it?
Right.
I like asking the question why. Why do we have TA?
A TA can be a great elective for a kid. I mean, it can be something they put in their schedule that really makes them feel meaningful, where they're supporting a teacher, and they don't have to go to summer school to do it. Oftentimes they don't want to take another elective. They don't want to be in a foreign language. They don't want to, whatever it may be, and it can be a really nice part of their day.
So TAs are good.
TAs, I mean, TA can be a valuable thing.
I agree.
It's not academic.
I agree. It can also. It's not academic. That's two different answers for the same question. Right. So we're in a preference situation where the student and or the parent gets to make that decision.
So I have a question.
Right?
If they take 2 art classes and a music class and 2 TA classes, where
Are
does
they
that
allowed
leave
to take
them?
more than one TA?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Can you?
I was a TA once on accident.
No, serious question. Can they take more than one TA in a year?
I can find that out for you. I don't know.
That seems
Is there a limit
unrealistic.
on number of hours to be a TA in general altogether? 20 credits period?
Yeah, and just for the audience at home, we said that 20 units max is junior and senior, so it could be 1 per year in each of those years.
I mean, but you guys, let's look at this text message. She is in 0 period band. She is going into school early to do band. She has yearbook and she has soccer. And so now she has to give up soccer because of this. It is not right if one kid has to give up a sport. It's not right if 20. It's not right if 100. We shouldn't be making kids, because we've done what we're doing, or I wouldn't say what we're doing. It shouldn't be this way. These kids, like, you have kids who are passionate about certain things, and if they want to take a summer school class, I mean, that's time out of their summer. And if they want to go to a 0 period so they can carry, like, a band or ASB or whatever. We heard a story about last year's ASB who she won her election, and then she was told, no, you need to quit ASB because of your schedule. So she took classes another place. But like, we shouldn't be putting these restrictions on these students. If they want to take a summer school class, let them take a summer school class. And if they bomb it, they bomb it. They have to retake it, during the school year. But we should be opening up these kids for as much. I mean, we're talking about a TA. Like, I don't think that there's a ton of kids that are having these schedules with TA. What we're talking about here is band, yearbook, soccer, ASB, the arts. We're talking about music. We're talking about all these things that we're asking these kids to give up. And it's not right to make them give it up. If someone wants to be that well-rounded and they want to be in sports, they want to be in music, and they want to be in ASB or something else, we should give them that opportunity. That's what this is about, opportunity.
What would you like the language to be?
Okay, why don't we just add, would you be opposed to adding those?
Well, why would we even add it? Because then we're going to have somebody else that comes into, well, no, this isn't a part of this. Why don't we just take this away and let the counselors, we have great counselors, right? Like, why are we not trusting our counselors to do what's right? Like, has anybody complained, my counselor screwed up and I don't have the graduation requirements? My counselor screwed up and I can't go to a CSU or a UC. Are we getting those emails? Are we running into those problems? Like, so let's just go. Like, let's just go as we've been doing and see and continue on and give these kids opportunities. And if they want to go to summer school, they go to summer school. And if they don't, they don't.
I'm sorry.
So let me get this straight. Are we looking to bring forward the board policy that wasn't a board policy before?
We don't even know what's going on. We have no idea.
Is this basically the foundation of what we're going to do for future? Because now we can make it a board policy instead of a guideline that was considered?
Well, I'm sitting here wondering because since this was enacted, and I questioned the email that went out, knowing that this was going to be discussed tonight, that it had such finality to it last week. I did question that, and I didn't understand why I would send an email out when there was going to be a discussion and a vote tonight. And so I think that as far as this one goes, I would just say scrap this whole thing and let the counselors do their magic. And what we should do is enact this part immediately, because a lot of these kids are going to have to go back into their counselors and say, please put me back into my soccer class. Please put me back into my music class. Please put me back into this for next year. And then for the other stuff, all of the other graduation requirements, we could have a first, second, 10th reading. But this is a stressful situation for parents and for students, and this needs to be rectified immediately.
So, okay. Suggested solution. We remove the impacted part of it completely. And then we just have the first paragraph read, all students have the opportunity to take up to 40 credits. So they can take one class a summer.
Where are you reading
But that
part?
part of the policy, I thought that same thing, Mr. Frazier, I thought that same thing. But what that policy is about is you can take extra courses for extra electives. Like if you want to take an extra math class, you can do that, but it doesn't. We're looking for clarification on what gets you out of a graduation requirement in our
What
program.
graduation requirement does this get you out of?
The 20 units, really not anything.
No, I don't understand. But what graduation requirement does the impacted schedule get us out of?
It doesn't specify that. So, but one of these. One of these that's listed in here.
These are the graduations.
I understand.
We understand. We're talking about impacted schedules right now. That's
Right.
what we're talking about. We aren't, the other ones.
I think Leandra, if we do what you're suggesting, then you're leaving it up to each individual counselor to make a decision. And they will, I agree with you. We have great counselors. They're going to make great decisions, but they aren't all going to be the same. And you'll have some counselors at some high schools saying yes, and some high schools counselors at other schools saying no.
Why would they say no?
Yes or no? Why? If you
Because
have the
there's no-
opportunity to go to summer school, then you have that opportunity. Like, why would we say yes or no to anything?
I think because we believe that a 36-week course is important. But if you want to put it into policies that a student should be able to take an online course.
In lieu of, okay, I see what you're saying. They are allowed to take online courses in lieu of
one online course in lieu of a graduation
requirement. Okay.
I mean, that's we can research that, make sure what we're doing is legal, put that in there, and bring it back to you next time.
Yeah.
It's been legal this whole time, though, right? What we've been doing so far has been legal.
There's been
because
nothing.
We've been doing it since 2015.
There's been nothing set as policy, though. And
I
that's
think
what we're
that is
doing.
policy, and we're going beyond that. We're
Yeah.
going beyond what we've been doing in the past, so, but I think it will be. I think it will be.
So then I'm going to suggest we remove the impacted schedule section completely. And we have language put in there to allow for students to take summer school for graduation requirements.
So can I add, so in section 3 or number 3 here, that first paragraph that references board policy and ARs,
Mhm.
and it talks about students can take up to 20 credits. It doesn't, and navigate conflicts. If we take that second paragraph and that whole box out with all of the detail, does the first paragraph in number 3 address the needs that we want it to, as well as board policy AR 6178?
That's what I asked, and he said
I think it doesn't. I mean,
Doesn't take care of
yeah,
that.
I mean, that sounds like an extra on top of that. I think the language you're suggesting does make sense. I guess one question I would also ask is, are TAs included in that? I mean, is there going to be?
TAs for summer school?
No.
Oh, okay.
Like take a
I'm
summer
sorry,
school class so that you can be a TA
Sure.
all year.
This
Again-
TA is a huge problem right now.
I think we're bordering on our parents' decisions as to what they want their students to do, because there may be a student that wants to be a teacher, and being a TA is an awesome opportunity for them to say, this is what it's like to be a teacher, right?
Well, we do have a teacher pathway we could
That's
push
great.
them towards.
Sure, but
But
maybe
if
they
they
didn't
don't-
decide
they
that
don't
till their
know.
senior year. They're not in the pathway, and they're like, I need a way to see the classroom. It's just an opportunity. I'm saying, I'm good
So-
with choices.
I would say too, one of the counselors too, like, was talking, and she said sometimes the kids, they have a very rigorous schedule, and you just need a class that gives you like a little bit of a break. And
Yep,
so
I get
that
that.
could be a TA class, that could be some of these other classes, and so
Is there a limit to the amount of times during the 4-year you can be a TA?
Twice.
Just twice?
Okay,
you can only be twice in your high school career.
that's a pretty good cap.
So what I'm hearing, the will of the board is bring it back as allowing students to take that course, and really anything goes.
As far as
Anything goes,
online.
but we're still leaving the TA as the 2 years, and then
Right.
they can sub in art, music, ASB.
Mhm. Yeah, so everyone's included.
Everyone's included. Whatever your passion is, let's do it.
Yeah.
So then,
And so,
yeah, if there's like no section on impacted schedule, would a student then like theoretically be able to take all their core classes over the summer, other than like the required language arts?
I
No.
believe
Good
we're saying
question.
one.
one.
Okay.
Just so you
There's
can
not,
take
there's not enough
something-
time
yeah.
And then in
to
lieu
take
of,
all
okay.
the summer. Like
And be
that's-
successful.
Yeah,
Right.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right, we'll
can
bring
I-
that back to you. And to answer your question, Ms. Blades, we'll notify our counselors immediately that this is going on, so they're ready to deal with that. And it won't be policy until we meet next time, but we can adjust. We'll make sure that we know exactly what's happening with that and be able to serve all the students that we're working with.
Could we
So-
also track how many of those we're making adjustments on, just so that we know?
That would have been differently
That
treated.
now, because we're looking at this, that now they're coming back and
Sure.
and making changes.
I believe so.
There's no way that we can do there's no way that we can do something with this tonight. So it's policy, and so everybody knows. Like, I think we should have an email go out.
Well, it's still at first reading, so we have to have
Yeah.
a second
like,
reading.
could we wait? We could waive the second reading though, technically.
Well, but we
and
need
vote on
we
it
need
tonight.
language though on how to
Okay.
handle the online. What
Okay.
it does say though is, this is not policy, is what we just said.
Very true.
Impacted schedule is not policy.
Right. I think that stays true. Right.
Okay.
Right.
So can we? Okay. So then let's. If we're gonna go with the second reading, then can we have an email go out to all of our parents and our staff and everybody saying that this has been
If you feel like
recalled, rejected?
if you feel like your
like-
schedule is created
Yeah,
in
you're-
a way
it-
you
yeah.
want to adjust it,
Yes. If you feel
can
that
go back.
you have to do something differently, then please go back.
sooner than later, so
Yeah,
we
Yeah,
can
we'll
get
work with
plans.
our
Go
principals
sooner
on
than
that.
Sooner than later, for sure.
Yeah.
I just want some clarification. So we're letting our students take one course every summer. So instead of the 20 credits on the core
And
class.
that.
What?
And that.
So it'd be one course a summer, so it's up to like four.
And then if they want to take
40,
an extra
correct?
thing to add to their schedules, they can do that too.
The 20 credits includes like college, like dual enrollment stuff. So
Right.
vice versa, I think.
Right.
That's what I'm just trying to clarify.
Correct. Right. We'll bring that back to you next time. Okay, thank you very much.
But we have the assurance a letter will be going out tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. You have the assurance a letter will be going out.
Well, can it be this week then?
We'll get a letter out this week. That is fair.
Thank you.
So we kind of tabled the math
To this time.
to this time.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh.
and then I had some other changes in here that. of the
So maybe,
graduation.
if maybe
Well,
bring,
I think we were talking mainly about impacted schedules. So should we go back to the beginning?
Oh,
is that
and
what
go
you have
through?
notes on,
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking
Marilyn,
about?
or do you
Yeah.
have stuff on impacted schedule?
No,
Okay.
I'm done with impacted schedules. But I just wanted to, at the beginning, I was thinking we should add the cultural studies in here because that is law, and it's going to become effective
As a graduation requirement?
as a graduation
In
requirement.
2030, right?
2030, so
20,
it's going to
29.
affect the
2026.
the graduating class of like 2024. So that's
29.
25.
So maybe we can include it saying
Right, that
starting
was
on
actually in the
date.
suggested language from CSBA to put that in there to be effective with this group. We could add that certainly. Yep.
But can we put the year?
Yes.
that
Yes.
the
Yes.
actual
Yeah,
year
definitely
that
we're
we
adding
have
the year.
to- That's when you guys have to start. Okay,
Right.
perfect.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't need those.
I don't.
Okay, so let me get this straight. This is the motion that's on the table right now.
We're not done
Oh, I'm
yet.
sorry, Marilyn, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at my notes, but I wanted to also to add into what Mrs. Buck said. I really think it would be impactful if we had some type of performing arts academy or pathway for our students that are really passionate about it. So they're getting a more broad base of performing arts, like more music theory or.
Oh, like adding it to a CTE pathway kind of
Correct.
thing. Oh,
Agreed.
yeah.
Oh, we
I'm
can't,
for that.
technically, we can't discuss it. So maybe
But-
that's something we can bring back.
Well,
yeah.
because I was thinking for impacted schedules that would be a good alternative.
Adding that as a pathway for impact, but since we're not doing that now,
Yeah. So
that's a
this
new
is
item.
So this is a suggestion.
Well, it's only, what is it called? What's the word again? What's the word I'm always?
Guideline.
It's only a guideline. That's all it is.
And I think that's everything about this, but we could move into math.
The math.
Can I have a
We-
clarification
yeah.
on the section B about math before we get into adding another year of math? I wanted to clarify the second section that we're trying to add potentially if we're adding more years of math. I'm moving ahead, but does that apply if we're not adding another year that counts as one of their 2 years?
Computer
No,
science.
it does not.
It does not at this time.
That's
Okay.
correct. Good question, and no, it doesn't.
Okay.
So if there's a third year, then computer science could count.
Can we allow it even if there's not a third year? Question mark?
Please
Can
ask
we
again.
allow computer science to count as one of their 2 math courses if we do not add a third
I
year?
don't believe the state graduation requirements allow that.
Gotcha. That's a state deal.
Right,
Got
right.
it.
Okay. Shall we move into the math?
To the math?
The math portion of the
Okay,
evening?
all right, very good.
Sure.
I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Adamson.
We have some data for you before you start your discussion, so
Oh, good.
we'll go ahead and present that short. Well, good evening, President Youngblood, members of the board, Executive Cabinet, and Dr. Matthews. This discussion is an item brought forward by 2 board members who have expressed interest in increasing Placentia-Yorba current math graduation requirements from 2 years to 3. To help facilitate this important conversation, it's our pleasure to provide the following initial information, including current graduation guidelines and language as outlined in our current board policy.
Mm-hmm.
Board Policy 5128.1, which outlines the Placentia-Yorba graduation requirements, states that students must complete 2 years or 20 credits of math, which includes Algebra 1. Some students complete this requirement by taking Algebra 1A and 1B, while others might take Algebra 1 and Geometry. In addition, some students may start high school on a more accelerated pathway, beginning with Geometry or Algebra 2 Trigonometry. It's important to note that both the Cal State and UC systems, which represent the majority of four-year colleges nationwide, require students to complete a minimum of Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. Remember that data science it now meets the Algebra 2 requirements for which our students are eligible based on the board's recent approval of data science course offerings. Next, I'm going to ask Ms. Aguilar to provide you with an overview of practices across other districts that we feel will be important for you to be aware of, reflecting data showing, in addition to reflecting data that shows our own students' performance on the state assessments.
I think we're both pushing it at the
You
same
click,
time.
I'm stopping.
Good evening, President Youngblood, members of the board, executive cabinet, Dr. Matthews. In looking at other districts across Orange County, you can see that PYL-USD is one of 6 districts with a 20 credit math requirement. 5 of 6, including PYL, require students to complete Algebra 1. Tustin Unified School District requires students to complete a geometry course within those 20 credits. The remaining 9 districts have a 30 credit math requirement. Of those, 7 require students to complete Algebra 1, while both Saddleback Valley and Santa Ana require students to complete Algebra 2.
Can I stop you just for a second there? Irvine has moved to 3 years.
Have they?
Yes.
When was that?
Recently, I was talked to the board member today.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. In looking at the most recent graduating class, the class of 2022, 84.6% of students took 3 years or more of math. It is important to note that this could be any 3 math courses. For example, a student may have taken Algebra 1A, Algebra 1B, and Business Math. 15.4% of graduates took 2 years of math. This slide demonstrates how PYL-USD students in the class of 23 performed on the math CASP last year as juniors. It is also important to note that the CASP tests students on standards from Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. The first pie chart represents students who had taken 2 years of math. This means some students were exposed to both Algebra and Geometry standards, while others had only taken Algebra 1. Of these students, 5% met or exceeded the standard. The second pie chart shows that 65% of students were exposed to Algebra 2 or higher prior to taking the CASP. Of these students, 67% met or exceeded the standard. Thus, students who took 3 or more years of math performed significantly higher on the CASP.
We feel it's important to just note that while we're looking at that CASP data, it's not necessarily the only measure. It is important data because it's obviously the way that the state tracks progress across schools and districts. And really, I know that's very initial data that we want to give you. We know that as you have this discussion, there will likely be additional questions that come up. We'll, happily track and track those questions as well, and provide any additional information that you would like to see at a later date as well. And at this time, I'd like to return it back to you, Mr. Youngblood, to facilitate the conversation.
Excellent. Thank you. A quick question for you, Ms. Aguilar, is the numbers that we're seeing in the 2 years of math, is that also, or I should say, let me back up. The one in the 3 years, does that include honors and AP students?
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
If I may, Preston, we love you staying, but I know you have to some study things you have to do tonight too. So please feel free to go. When
He
you
probably
need to
has
go.
math
Thank you,
homework.
Preston. Yeah.
All that math.
I doubt it.
He's
I
taking
doubt it.
more than 2 years of math. I
Yes.
guarantee you that.
So my question is a lot of, if you want to go to a 4-year college, obviously you have a lot of math that you have to do. And so if you don't want to necessarily go that way, is the 2 year, I think the 2 years of math is sufficient. I think I did three or 4 in high school, because I was on a certain path, and then my brother was on a different one, and he did, 2, and my sister 4. So is this what would be the benefit for the people who don't necessarily need the 3 or 4 years of math to go to college, like for someone who maybe just isn't in that path?
So do you mean someone who isn't going to go to community college either, like someone who might be going
Might just be
to
going
a
to
trade
or
school
doing
or
things
something?
like that. The military.
Military.
Things like that.
Yeah, if there's not a math requirement for whatever their post-secondary goals are, then they don't necessarily need to take the more advanced math.
However, studies show that if you take a third year of math, you have a significantly better ability to manage your own personal finances. It doesn't really matter what math that class that is, but just having that additional year of math. If you think about our students who may stop at a sophomore year, by the time they're graduating, they've missed 3 years of math. Repetition is important, and when we lose out on that, when we stop using it, we lose it. And it is really incredibly important to people that are that may be low income, or that is something that they're exposed to. So
there are, I agree too, in whether it's students going to a trade school or the military, there are some applications of math. So maybe an Algebra 2 course isn't required, but there are applications of math that they would use, and whether it's, manufacturing, trade, or culinary, or there are applications of math, although there's not a requirement to complete Algebra 2 or data science. Or
right,
something
that's
like that.
yeah, and that's definitely not what I'm suggesting. Is setting it up to be Algebra 2.
Right, I was gonna
it
say,
really is just
we're not requiring Algebra 2.
correct.
Not
It would be
requiring Algebra 2.
basic math.
Just saying 3 years as a math guy, I appreciate this a lot. I have a question about this chart here. The 65% of PWL juniors who took the CASP in 2022 were exposed to Algebra 2 or higher. How many of the 3-year students, so 65, which means 35% of the students, did not take up to Algebra 2, but they had 3 years of math in this section, correct?
No.
Okay. Can you explain that to me then? I'm missing this somehow.
On this chart,
Yes.
it's not about 3 years of math, it's Algebra 2 or higher.
Oh, it's not about 3 years,
Yeah.
I mean,
but
they
it
put-
says
But
exposed
But you
did
have
that.
to have 3 years to
They
get
did
to
that.
Algebra 2.
Yes.
But I mean, they did 3 years of math and they took Algebra 2.
Yeah, these are the students who were exposed to all 3 content areas that are on the CASP prior to taking the CASP.
Okay.
Yeah, and the slide before that are students that took any 3 years of math. That's why we use the class of 22, because they've already graduated. We don't have all the data on.
So
23
in
yet.
this slide, 65% on the right, 35% on the left, combined is the entire student population.
Yes.
Okay, that helps. Yeah, I think as long as we're not saying Algebra 2.
I'm not pushing
Right.
that at all.
But where do you
Well-
let's think about this though. So a lot of kids are taking pre-algebra in 7th or 8th grade.
Mhm.
So they have algebra 1 and they have geometry. And so they either have to go take a data science or they have to take algebra 2 for that 3rd year.
Mm-hmm. A kid that's
And
okay.
so if
in theory,
it's 2, it could be algebra 1 and geometry, or it could be
but in theory, the kid that's going to go Algebra 1 in 8th grade and then geometry, they're not necessarily interested in stopping.
Yeah,
for the
they'll-
most part.
likely they'll probably be taking
In
3 and
theory,
4
I mean,
years.
that was me, right? So, and I think that math is good. We're talking about scores. I think this is a potential good solution for math scores to increase, right? I mean, I think if we're talking about
Hypothetically,
overall
yes.
I don't know.
hypothetical theory,
I don't know.
we don't know, but I'm saying,
It would make a little sense though if you stop math as a sophomore and you're taking your SATs as a senior or your CASP as a senior. You've got 2 years that is a gap there. And to go back just a second, we have 84.6 of our students that are doing this anyway. So it's really catching the gap that isn't. So of those kids in that gap, what class would be likely for them to take? Is it going to be that next level of math, or is it likely going to be it's maybe a lower math that would help them move along and maybe even be before they get to algebra 1?
Wouldn't it probably be a math in which they'll use, more in their lifetime, like a
real
business
life math?
or
Yeah.
something of that nature, because
Managing your
the concern-
finances and being able to
absolutely,
balance
absolutely.
a checkbook.
Yeah.
We
The
do offer business math at all 4 high schools as a math elective, and so I use that as the example. That's what a lot of students do, and it does have financial literacy built into those business math
Which is so
classes.
important.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the concern always is, are you putting more pressure on a kid that's just trying to
Yeah.
survive right now? So
And with
that
8
extra math class might be the breaking point. So, I would be very concerned about that.
Well, and I think with 85% that have already are voluntarily choosing to take 3 years of math because of the way that their path is going, I think that I'm fine with the 2 years, just because I think we go back to the whole parental choice thing. If you know your kid does not like math, they do their 2 years to get their graduation requirement. They don't need to do any for further. And
But if it can help them be more financially stable as an adult.
But if it doesn't, though?
But it shows, studies have shown that that is the case.
I'd like to put some input in here.
Please do.
Mrs. Buck has been talking about adding 3 years of math since I've been coming to board meetings.
Probably 10
to
years.
to be honest, I didn't really care about it, and it wasn't a big deal to me. But then I had a conversation with a friend, and she works at Fullerton College in the records department. And she asked me, how is our district dealing with AB 705, the new law that has been passed? And I'm like, what law are you talking about? And so she explained to me this law that basically says that our community colleges cannot offer students classes that are not transferable. So basically what she said is they're having a huge gap problem. Like cosmetology students, welding students that go to Fullerton College to get their certificate, they have to take college algebra now. They don't get the
To get in?
No, as their math requirement.
To get out.
To get out.
Yeah.
Not to get in, to get out. So she says it's causing, issues in the community college because now these kids are coming and they're not prepared. And there's this huge gap. And so and the college is trying to manage it by taking their college algebra courses and turning them into 6-unit classes or more so that the kids get the help to take it. So my perspective is, what are we doing for our students here to prepare them to go to college or to the community college to take those certificate programs that we don't, like in my head, I was like, well, if they don't take it, it's, their choice. But now, because of the law in California, they're kind of being forced to take it. And that's why I think we should add the 3rd year of math. I think we should better help our students prepare to go to college. That is what our Advantage Plan says, that we help them for career-ready classes, not just college-ready, but career programs. And I've been doing a lot of research on this. California is only one of 3 states that require 2 years of math. All the 27 states require 3 years of math, and 17 states require 4 years of math. So it's only Maine, Montana, and us. In California, during the 2018 and 2019 year, 59% of districts enrolling 66% of our students population required 3 or 4 years of math. And that is from the Public Policy Institute. And we discussed—
Read that again.
Okay. So during the 2018-2019 year, 59% of districts in California enrolling 66% of the state's K through 12 population required 3 or 4 years of math.
Can I say something just to add on to what you're saying?
Uh-huh.
So I feel like if we're going to add on the 3 years of math, then I know over at Yorba Linda High School, the way the math department grades, it is 85% test, 15% homework. And that is extremely, extremely hard for students who are not good in math. So if we are going to go into this math thing and make extra, I feel like if we're going to do this and we're going to force the 3rd year of math on, then we need to talk about some grading guidelines, and we need to talk about some things, because if you were to tell, I took 4 years of math and it was hell. And it was like, but for me, I didn't grade that way. I needed homework. I needed all this stuff to help better my grade because I wasn't a wonderful math test taker. So I think if we're going to add this in, we need to add some type of grading guidelines so our students are successful. Because, a lot of kids are like 2 years of math and I'm done. But if we're going to cause a 3rd, I think for them to be successful, we really need to look at how we're doing the grading and make it a district-wide equitable thing. So if we're going to force this on people who math is not their strong suit, it's going to be something that's not going to completely stress them out.
So if I could grading is a whole nother topic that we
Well,
could
of
get
course,
into.
but I'm
But I
saying-
think what we need to think about is what is the philosophy of what we want the kids to learn. What is the ultimate goal? Is it to, because I was a better test taker than I was getting my homework in on time. So
So 85-15 is great for you.
85 would have been good for me,
Right.
but if it were to be anything different, it may have impacted me in a negative way.
Right.
So we need to, we just need to figure out what the philosophy is. Are we going to be grading students by what they're completing and turning in, or are we grading students and assessing them on what their
Comprehension.
on their comprehension? So that may be
Or
for
a
another.
combination.
Or a
Or-
combination.
or a
'cause we
combination,
might be
because there are
sticking
some
kids
skills
in
that are
this math.
required.
Yeah, we might be sticking kids in these math class. They might not have a lot of comprehension, but we should celebrate their efforts.
Well, celebrate their efforts, but we want them to be able to be successful.
Yes.
So that it really, to me, it's not about whatever class it might be for math. It's just the fact that it's still calculating and
Well,
and
it's
and-
practical, it's reasonable,
And
and
it's
it's what we
practice.
do in real life.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, balancing a checkbook is a perfect example. I think that there
I
are
do
so
math
many
every
people
day.
that
It
don't
just-
know how to do it.
most of it is basic math.
Right. It's very basic math. So I think I like it.
I just wanted to share one more thing. This was from an article from the Public Policy Institute of California in February of 2021. And it said higher math graduation requirements are associated with better outcomes, particularly for students in high need, high poverty, and high minority schools. These requirements do not appear to lead to lower high school graduation rates or higher dropout rates. Outcomes for students in rural schools and lowest performing schools do not appear to be affected. So I think there's a lot of fear that, you know, it's going to cause kids not to graduate or they're going to drop out. But statistically wise, it hasn't proven.
So let's ask this: what are the math? Is pre-algebra a year of math in high school? So could you go pre-algebra, algebra 1, algebra 1B? Could you go pre-algebra, algebra, business math? Could there be some things that for people who just aren't good at math, can some of the lower end
Divided up
classes-
between an A and a B, or
Currently, I mean, we can offer anything, right? But currently, Algebra 1 in the general ed setting is the lowest level math course that's offered. We do have a general math for newcomers class at Valencia High School for our new English language learners. And we offer pre-algebra and general math sparingly in some of our special education SAI programs. But currently in the general education population, Algebra 1A is the where people start in math.
So 90-ish% of our student body, their first year, they're in some form of algebra.
Yes, I'd say higher than that,
Higher
probably
than that.
95%.
Okay.
So you could you technically do algebra 1, algebra or 1A, algebra 1B, geometry, or could you take the business math? Could you go that route and satisfy your 3 years?
Well, that just depends on what the board policy is.
That's
so
what I'm asking.
yes,
Is it possible
yes.
for us to give leeway to the kids who really are going to hate 3 years of their life?
Yeah. So if you look at if you look at the other
So
districts,
negative about this. Come on. Math is a superpower.
Yeah, I hope our. If you look back at this slide that has the graduation requirements, you can see that of the districts on the left who have a 3-year math requirement, 7 of them still only have Algebra 1 as the minimum requirement. And so it's really, there's 2 factors. It's what are the requirements for math, how many credits, 20 or 30, and what's the minimum class that students have to complete. So those are 2 decisions that go hand in hand with if we alter this board policy.
when you look at Tustin and they have the minimum is geometry, they're already kind of taking it up to that next step anyway.
Looking at this graph, does it show that Saddleback Valley and Santa Ana require Algebra 2 for
does.
graduation?
Holy crap.
What are
So-
the test scores?
Jeez.
And Santa Ana
I
has,
would have graduated, but it would have been a little sticky.
yeah.
You know, if we're talking about adding a 3rd year of math, we're also now adding in computer science, which is a whole different thing
Takes
that
us
could,
back to-
kids that would
Because you're talking
benefit.
algorithms, you're talking computer programming. I mean,
Something that I would not do well in.
What if somebody made you take 3 years of it?
I would go slowly and I'd get
Well,
there.
but we're not forcing computer science. I mean, I think
I was just,
we're
it
giving
was a what
options.
if.
Okay.
Although maybe we should. There's a lot.
Okay.
So
We're a
this is the
little off
kind
the
of
rails right
policy
now.
that if we do it, it would take, we can't, it would only impact the incoming class the year after we, ninth grade class the year after we do it, right? I would like the ability to study that 15% of our students who aren't doing 3 years of math and figure out how it might impact them.
Yes.
If the board would like to move forward, this is something as a board request. We have no, at this point, there's no staff recommendation on this. And so, but if we can study that and look at how it might impact those students, I'd appreciate that opportunity to do it and come back to you with that information.
Also, I'd like us to reach out to the community college district and learn more from them and see what they're seeing and how we can assist them, so our students are better prepared.
We can gather that information and bring it back. And I just want to say 2 things. I think the first one that Dr. Matthews said, we were not, we really wanted to present the slides to you, and what a beautiful, I think, conversation that you all had and led through that and came to so many of those conclusions yourself. And I think the second piece, we're all in agreement that it's about, ensuring that students are going to be successful. So whatever we do agree, and if this is a board policy you're wanting to pass, we get to, I think, set those parameters, but the scaffolds will be in place to ensure the support is there for those students who couldn't wait to drop math after that second year. And at the same time, I think the grading piece is a definite part of that conversation that we would want to explore and is, continuing for us to explore and investigate. Yeah.
I would love to have a little study session or something like that to discuss this after you do
Get
a
the
little
data.
more digging.
Yeah, sure.
That'd be great.
And
Study session about math. It sounds so fun.
Woohoo!
we'll have some problem-solving parts of it too.
We can bring M&Ms and count them.
If I may, Mr. Youngblood, I gave you bad advice. I think we did need to vote on the previous motion because we did do a motion and a second on it, and the motion would be to amend the policy as indicated with removal of the impacted schedules and the addition of the ability to take online courses. So if you can just say so moved, we'll figure out how that gets worded.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Yeah. And so voted, I guess. Are we all 5-0
Now
for
we
that?
can vote.
5-0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Aye.
thank you very much.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Gina.
Thank you, ma'am. How about we take about 5 minutes? Yeah. About. Next item we'll talk about. I'll need a motion for, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the continuation of the 30-day public review of TCI's Social Studies Alive for K-5 History and Social Science Adoption.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Frazier. Dr. Adamson.
Thank you. Well, good evening again, President Youngblood, members of the board, Dr. Matthews, Executive Cabinet, and members of our community. We are pleased to present to you this evening the material selected by our pilot committee for both elementary and middle school history social studies, including the steps the committee took this past year. All materials are currently on public display in the main lobby of our district office, and the only action for which we are seeking your approval tonight is the continuation of the 30-day public review. We intend to bring forward all materials for your final approval at the April meeting. We're so grateful to both piloting committees for our elementary and middle school, teachers, TOSAs, and administrators for their incredible dedication and commitment, and can only say thank you for their guidance and direction from start to finish. I cannot describe the pride and maybe a little sense of relief that I know they're all feeling as we move on to the next exciting steps. It's my pleasure at this time to introduce 2 of those remarkable leaders, Dr. Leone and Dr. Spessard, to provide an overview of the process and final recommendations. To start us out, Dr. Liz Leone.
Thank you. Good evening, President Youngblood, trustees, Dr. Matthews, and Executive Cabinet. This evening, we come to you with new history and social science materials for board consideration of the TCI Social Studies Alive textbook for elementary grades and the National Geographic textbooks for middle school. Please allow me to provide you with details of how we've come to select these materials. Since the adoption of our current textbooks, there have been many changes to history and social science education. The framework encompasses new content, literacy developments aligned with the Common Core state standards, inquiry models of instruction, and civic engagement applications. These emphasize investigation, close reading, analysis of evidence, argumentative writing skills, and inquiry. The pilot teams were led through the pilot process by the Orange County Department of Education. These committed teachers have spent nearly a year working to select the best curricula for our students. During the spring of 2022, there was a formation of pilot teams. There was training on the new framework that was provided by Orange County Department of Ed. In the summer of 2022, there was a paper screen curricula with the pilot team, and through that, there was a selection of 2 publishers. The publisher training was then provided for pilot number 1. In the fall of 2022, the pilot 1 gathered feedback and data. Thereafter, publisher training was provided for pilot number 2. In the winter of 2023, pilot number 2 then gathered feedback and data. In March of 2023, we are here before you with the recommendation of TCI Social Studies Alive for K through 5 and National Geographic grades 6 through 8 to present to you. Orange County Department of Ed provided data-driven pilot expectations and a textbook evaluation toolkit. From these, teachers at every grade level collaboratively selected a unit with at least 3 lessons or activities to pilot over a 2 to 3 week period, and 1 open-ended inquiry-based common assessment. Both students and teachers were expected to provide feedback on their pre-selected common lessons. At the end of the unit, teachers were asked to evaluate the differentiation and critical objectives of the unit. In order to make an informed decision, teachers collected data on what students learned, textbook readability, and the effectiveness of each lesson. They assessed the textbook's alignment to the framework and its teaching strategies, paying close attention to its support for enrichment and intervention. Students supplied feedback on what they learned, the readability of the text, and how effective the lesson was. In all, nearly 700 elementary and 3,000 middle school feedback surveys were collected. Now I will specifically speak to the details of the elementary pilot. The pilot team consisted of 17 teachers from varying schools. This team evaluated the 4 state board-approved texts for alignment with the framework, program organization, assessment, universal access, and instructional planning and support. Using common textbook assessment tools provided by the Orange County Department of Ed, teachers selected McGraw-Hill and TCI to pilot. At the end of each pilot, teachers scrutinized the data collected and discussed the textbook experience in detail. After both textbooks were piloted, teachers overwhelmingly recommended TCI for adoption. Of the 17 pilot teachers, 16 teachers strongly recommended this textbook. That is a 94% offering their strong support. Just 1 teacher, 6% of the team, offered simple support of the recommendation. 0 teachers reported anything other than their support. This determination was based on strong student and teacher feedback. After each lesson, our elementary students were asked, "How much did you like today's lesson?" 96.4%, or 640 of the 664 surveyed students, reported either liking or feeling neutral toward the lesson, with the majority, 67%, or 444 students, liking the lesson. In terms of how accessible the curriculum was, students were asked in student-friendly language, how hard was the book to read? 97.2% of the students found the curriculum to be readily accessible to read at their grade level, or felt neutral about its difficulty. Only 19 of the 664 surveyed students, or 2.8%, rated the text as hard to read at the grade level. TCI is known for its interactive lessons, with students engaging in simulations and creating their own record of learning in their interactive student notebook. This model of instruction allows for students of all abilities to engage in demonstrating their learning. Here's a variety of samples from kindergarten to 5th grade. Our pilot team sincerely enjoyed the TCI experience of instruction. They reported at every grade level that students were engaged and excited about the books and activities. The lessons led them to think and develop their own ideas about the content. Students of all learning styles could enjoy and access the instruction because of the multiple modalities embedded in the lessons. Teachers reported that students experienced success with this curriculum and that the students could discuss the content more readily and have an in-depth analysis of the materials. The curriculum itself was accessible to students, easy to follow for both teachers and students, relatable to student experience, and varied enough to remain interesting. The lessons start with direct instruction and gradually release students into collaborative groups and independent learning. Teachers become the facilitators while students become the owners of their learning experience. Now, please let me introduce to you Dr. Spessard, who will be sharing the middle school pilot experience and results.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leone. I think we're just going to take a pause there because I think we'd have to either open it up for discussion and take a vote before we do a motion for the middle school one. So I'll turn it back to you.
Questions, folks?
None at this point. We're just opening it up for review. So.
Correct. Just the 30-day public review, and then it'll come back and we can vote on it.
I'd just like to say thank you for the data and that was a lot of good information. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and take all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries forward 5-0. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the continuation of the 30-day public review of the display of world history, ancient civilization, world history, medieval and early times, and U.S. history stories beginning to World War I for the 6th and 8th grade history adoption.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Adamson.
Well, at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce, to talk about our middle school pilot, Dr. Spessard.
Good evening, President Youngblood, trustees, Dr. Matthews, and Executive Cabinet. This evening, I provide an overview of the middle school pilot for the board's consideration, seeking your approval for the continuation of the 30-day public review of the National Geographic curriculum. I will now provide you with insights into our selection process for these materials. Please allow me to provide you with the details of how we've come to these selected materials. The pilot teams from both middle school and elementary school were in sync with their regards to their process and timeline. Following the training of pilot teachers on the new framework and evaluative tools, the pilot team evaluated 5 state board-approved texts for grades 6 through 8. These texts were assessed for their alignment with the framework, program organization, assessment, universal access, and instructional support and planning through a paper screening process. With the help of the Common Textbook Assessment Tool provided by the OCDE, teachers chose to pilot McGraw-Hill and National Geographic textbooks. After completing each pilot, teachers carefully analyzed and collected data and engaged in detailed discussions regarding their experience with the selected textbooks. Following the completion of the pilot for both textbooks, the pilot team highly recommended National Geographic for adoption. Of the 21 pilot teachers surveyed, 18% supported and 82% strongly supported National Geographic for adoption. 0 teachers reported anything other than their support. This determination was based on the overwhelmingly positive feedback received from both students and teachers. Students participated in a variety of activities during the National Geographic lessons. These activities included reading from the textbook, engaging in peer discussions, writing 3-paragraph essays, using graphic organizers, maintaining field journals, and completing both digital and paper formative assessments. In terms of how accessible the curriculum was, students were asked about the text's readability. 2,729 students were surveyed. 79% of the students found the text to be mid-range, and only 2% of the students reported that it was too challenging. 19% reported that it was readable, which means that the material was at grade level. Students had a more positive, preferable attitude towards the digestible National Geographic text. This suggests to us that the use of the engaging and accessible materials can positively impact students' engagement and motivation to learn. When asked to describe the features of the lessons that helped them learn, the most common student response was the pictures. This highlights the importance of visual aids in enhancing students' understanding and retention of information. Teachers can consider incorporating more visuals such as diagrams, charts, and infographics into their lessons to support students' learning. Based on the survey results, the majority of middle school teachers found the lessons to be interesting and engaging. Only 5%, or 134 of the 2,729 surveyed students, reported that the lesson was not very engaging. In the mid-range, we see that 23% of students rated the engagement as a 2 on a 4-point scale, with the largest amount of students, 53%, reporting that the text was engaging. 19% of the students, which is 532 out of 2,729 students, reported that the lesson was engaging. Having these lessons is important because it helps students stay motivated and interested in the subject matter. Engaging lessons can also help students retain information better and improve their overall learning experience. The pilot team's response to National Geographic was overwhelmingly positive, as mentioned before. Each grade level reported that National Geographic engaged students through its use of eye-catching visuals, videos, graphic organizers, and primary documents. Teachers found that the lessons were accessible to all learners through clearly defining concept words, appropriate text length, and the inclusion of scaffolding, enrichment, and inquiry. Additionally, teachers appreciated the quick access to challenging questions for honor students, as well as the differentiation and English learner strategies available within the text. Group discussion questions embedded in the lessons helped to solidify learning, and teachers valued the flexibility to modify and adapt the lessons for all learners. Based on our pilot team's response, it's clear that the National Geographic is highly recommended as the best option for students. The program's ability to engage students, support different learning styles and abilities, and provide opportunities for enrichment and differentiation is highly valued by both teachers and students. Our next steps for our elementary and middle school history social science adoption will include the continuation of the 30-day public display, which began on Friday, March 10th, of the TCI Social Studies Alive for K-5 and National Geographic for 6th through 8th grade. This evening, we are seeking the board's approval only for the continuation of the 30-day public review. We intend to bring the curriculum forward again for a final approval at the April meeting, with expected implementation of TCI and National Geographic to begin in the spring and summer. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions?
I don't really have any questions. I've just started to dive in, gotten partially through one of the textbooks already. I was just surprised at how many students participated, having 500 and 1,500 that weighed in and got to go through that was very informative. So thank you.
Is that unusual that it's that big of a sample? Question?
I can't answer. I've only been here a short time.
It's about average and what we have come to expect. It all depends on how many teachers are participating, obviously, and because they obviously administer the lessons to their students. The middle school level, it's more than elementary because they see up to 6 classes every day.
And did I see that right? That the curriculum is built so that all levels of learners use the same curriculum, and that's impressive.
I just have a question from the early or the younger to the elementary to the middle. Is how does that translate through? So we don't have McGraw-Hill, which you would think if it was elementary and middle, it would be an easy transition. How is there anything that we should be concerned of because they're different publishers going from 5th grade into 6th grade?
Sorry, I want to be respectful. So there is not a concern because we're using the framework to guide, and so the textbooks are resources, and we are accountable to the standards, and so within the standards, we also follow the framework.
Any other questions?
Anything else?
I think the
Okay.
last thing just that I'd like to share on behalf of all of us is we couldn't do this without the teachers. They did incredible
Absolutely.
work, and we're just putting a bow on it. So we just thank them so much.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so all of those in favor to continue with the review?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Need a motion?
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the continuation of the 30-day public review of GW Essential Health Skills for high school 4th edition 2023 for the 9th grade health adoption to bring forward for approval at the April board meeting. These materials will be available for review on a 30-day public display from March 13th to April 11th, 2023 at 1301 East Orange Thorpe Avenue, Placentia, 92870 during regular business hours.
Second.
Killed that one.
Absolutely.
Very official.
Okay, Dr. Abinson, one more
Thank
time,
you.
please.
Yes, we have been busy this year, a lot of piloting. So, all right, once again, good evening, President Youngblood, members of the board, Dr. Matthews, Executive Cabinet, and members of the community. We're pleased to be bringing forward before you this evening the high school health materials and textbooks that have been selected by our pilot committee, including an overview of the piloting process that the committee followed. All materials are currently on public display in the main lobby of our district office, which means once again the only action we'll be asking from you this evening is approval of the continuation of the 30-day public review. All materials will be brought forward for your final approval at the April meeting. I'd like to take this moment to share once again how grateful we are to the piloting committee for their focus and dedication. We wish to thank them wholeheartedly for their critical involvement in helping us proceed once again to these very exciting steps. It's my pleasure at this time to introduce one of those key leaders involved in guiding those steps, our Director of High School, Ms. Gina Aguilar, to provide an overview of the process and final recommendations. Ms. Aguilar.
Thank you. This evening I come to you with a new health material for board consideration. Health is a one-semester freshman course that is required for graduation. Please allow me to provide you with details of how we've come to select these materials. Since the last adoption of our current health textbook in 2007, there have been many changes in health education. There is a greater emphasis on understanding mental health, new sources of tobacco abuse, and greater drug risks that our students need to understand in order to have a comprehensive education in this field. In addition, our instructional methods have shifted to include some online resources which our current textbook does not have. It is important to note that in 2016, the California Healthy Youth Act, known as CHIA, required additional content to be taught in health. PYLUSD created their own lessons to meet these requirements. Both textbooks piloted were the Essentials National Textbook version, which excluded CHIA content, and the recommendation is to continue using the PYLUSD created CHIA lessons to supplement the new material. With the hope of having new materials in place for the 23-24 school year, we created this timeline that began last October and started with a team of 5 teachers representing our high schools. These instructors completed an exploration of 2 different textbooks to form our evidence-based recommendation. Please allow me to describe our pilot process. Initially, a unit of study is selected and 3 different activities within that unit are evaluated after students have completed them. These activities could include an exam, research piece, worksheet, or any other part of the normal course of study for that unit. Our instructors then teach the selected unit with fidelity in order to provide a basis for comparison. Once the pilot unit has been taught, students and teachers provide feedback about their experiences. The information provided by the students and instructors is then evaluated for the overall quality of the learning experience and student achievement. The same process is then repeated with the second health material. Once the evaluation of both materials are completed, teachers then compare the results and determine which material is best for the success of our students. Our first pilot material was McGraw-Hill's Glencoe Health. This is the updated version of our current health textbook. The updated version includes recent changes in laws related to alcohol, tobacco, and illegal substances, an expanded mental health unit, and an online learning component. Excuse me. Goodhart-Willcox Essential Skills, our second pilot material, covers all of the national standards, has current information, follows health education trends, and an online learning component as well. Goodhart-Willcox Essential Skills, our second pilot material, provides an updated approach and includes an expansive 4-chapter unit on mental and emotional health that carries a theme of managing stress and positive thinking. There are also chapters devoted to avoiding hazardous substances such as alcohol and tobacco use, and includes the fight against vaping, opiates, and fentanyl. Another appealing aspect of GW Health is that the online learning component is totally compatible with Google Classroom, which will allow for teachers and students to have a smooth transition to the material. After carefully considering teacher feedback, student feedback, and accessibility of resources, our instructors have selected GW Essential Health Skills as their recommendation for adoption. The material ranked higher in each of the assessed categories, clearly showing the strength of the curriculum. When examining all assessment criteria, including material coherence, effective teaching opportunities, support for students with diverse learning needs, and the ability to monitor student progress, you can see that GW Health scored higher in each. Additionally, when student work was evaluated to determine how the curriculum supported authentic student understanding, GW Health once again ranked higher. The majority of teachers gave this material a 5 out of 5, as indicated in purple. And here are a few quotes from our pilot teachers and students that allow us to see the positive feedback that came as a result of the GW pilot. The health materials are currently on a 30-day public display in the main lobby of our district office, and we are seeking to approve the continuation of the 30-day public review. The materials will be brought forward for your final approval for adoption at the April board meeting. Thank you.
Just for our viewers at home,
yes,
I think that this question would probably come up, and just for the clarification, we're not replacing our health curriculum. This is just an addition to there's just updates to it.
Yes.
As far as the drugs and everything goes, but we're not changing it, we're not going to a different curriculum, there's just additions to it to make more of the sections more up to date.
Yes, and as Dr. Leon stated, we teach the health standards, and the textbook is a resource to teach those standards, and this is a more updated resource.
Okay, because I think that's what a lot of people were concerned about tonight. They thought that we were scrapping what the board did in 2018, and we're going a totally new direction, and so I'm just clarifying for everybody.
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
In fact, that's why we piloted the national adoptions of the textbook, because they excluded that portion that we were planning on keeping.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, here. Quick question. The reviews that you'll have on this 30-day review, will we get a chance to see those in the April meeting by chance?
Are we taking any comments?
I'm sorry.
Are we taking comments from?
We are
from the
collecting.
community?
There is a QR code where everything is set up, and so any members who we invite them to provide feedback and any questions they may have, so we can respond to that as well. So we will have data, hopefully, to be able to share, assuming everyone is filling it out.
Yes, ma'am.
That's our hope.
Awesome.
I was just clarifying what you were saying, making sure I understood.
Excellent. Yes. Any other questions? Okay, so we'll go ahead and we have the motion. Let's go ahead and everybody in favor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, next.
I'll make a motion we approve the continuation of the 30-day public review of Persepolis. I hope I said that correctly. A Story of Childhood for a novel edition of 9 through 12 core and extended reading list to bring forward for approval at the April board meeting. These materials will be available for review at 30 days for public display March 13th through 11th here at this center. I'll skip the address. 1301 East Orange Thorpe Avenue, 9280870.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Buck and second by Ms. Blades. Dr. Adams.
Thank you again. Well, once again, good evening, President Youngblood, members of the board, Dr. Matthews, Executive Cabinet, and members of the community. We're pleased to be bringing and presenting to you the novel Persepolis, which has been approved by our Literature Review Committee to be added to our existing core and extended literature list. It's currently on a public display in the main lobby of our district office, and as with all the other actions we've brought forward so far, will continue to be on display, and once again, asking each of you to approve this evening the continuation of that 30-day public display. Persepolis was previously approved as an option on the 6th through 12th grade Study Sync novel list, which is an active online list. The use of the Study Sync list was board approved in the spring of 2017 when we adopted Study Sync as our secondary curriculum for English language arts. All books on this list were, at the time, automatically approved for teacher use. A recent adjustment to our review process now requires that all books, including those on the Study Sync list, are vetted equally, which means they are read and approved by our Literature Review Committee, as reflected by the flowchart on the slide before you. Please feel free to follow along with me as I review each step briefly. We're going to start all the way over at the left. And really what that indicates is that any teacher requesting a book to be added to the core and extended reading list submits a form which makes their initial request known. The request is then reviewed by Cabinet prior to the next LRC, that is our Literature Review Committee, and I'll be referring to it as LRC and moving forward. At the LRC meeting, a presentation of the requested novels is given, providing a summary of each novel, including the rationale for why the teacher requested that particular book. The committee then votes to approve each novel to be piloted. If it is approved, two things happen next. The committee assigns readers for each book, and the books are then piloted. Next, pilot teachers will work on compiling their data and student feedback to share at the next LRC meeting. It's at that time that the data is reviewed and the committee votes on whether to approve the novel or not. If approved, the books are presented first to Curriculum Council and then to Cabinet for their final approval. If approved by Cabinet, we then take the next step. They are placed on 30-day public display prior to being brought forward for final board approval. Upon board approval, the novels will then be added to the core and extended reading list for teachers' future use. Please note that any parent or guardian who objects to the novel that their student is reading in class may request an alternative novel by submitting what we refer to as our opt-out novel request form to their teacher. If this is the case, an alternative assignment, which is very similar in length and rigor, will be assigned and completed by the student within that same class. This evening, the novel Persepolis, which was recently approved through this very same process, once again, as I referred to at the beginning, is currently on 30-day display. And to present an overview of the book and a little bit of background, I'm going to go ahead and introduce next Ms. Aguilar.
Thank you. As Dr. Adamson stated, the request to add the novel Persepolis to our list supports the ongoing effort toward expanding the core and extended reading list as a means of furthering the variety of books available to our students. A summary of the novel, Persepolis, The Story of Childhood by Marjane Satrapi, is an autobiography that tells the story through a black and white comic strip about the author's life in Tehran from 6 to 14 years of age. The daily portrayal of Iran, from seeing dethroned emperors, state-sanctioned whippings, and heroes of the revolution, paints the personal and political picture of what Satrapi and her country experienced from her lens. This novel was requested as a core literature piece by 11th grade IB teachers. Currently, Valencia needs to update certain literary works in order to comply with the latest IB requirements: a balance of literary forms, a gender balance of authors studied, and a balance of works considered canon and newer works. Persepolis allows them to meet these criteria. Besides updating literary works, IB now allows students more freedom to choose which works they'll use in their IB assessments, which include oral commentary, written assignments, and timed papers. This work will give students another option for a modern work, for a graphic novel versus novels or poetry, and for a work by a female author. Persepolis is currently on a 30-day public display in the main lobby of our district office, so we are seeking to approve the continuation of the 30-day public review. This book will be brought forward for your final approval to be added to the core and extended list at the April meeting.
Questions?
I was just kind of two questions. One is, what was the students' feedback? Because we heard from students on the other things, and I was just curious what the students thought about the book that piloted.
I don't have that with me, but we can get that information to you.
I'm sorry to jump in.
Oh, my second question would be, we're approving this novel to the 912 core and extended reading list, but aren't we really just approving it for the IB program?
Well,
Or what's the difference?
I don't know that we just approve novels. When we approve them, they go on the list and they're for use. We don't generally, it's not in the literary review process as it stands now in the policy that we approve them for a certain class or a certain program. They're approved for a grade level, and that's what's indicated on the core and extended literature list now.
So my issue here is the actual the policy, because you said that you somebody requested it.
Is it a policy?
Okay, yeah.
Question
Is this
mark.
a policy? Is this a policy?
The policy for the board is that you approve text. I mean, only the board can approve text and put them on the extended list. We are the ones who go through the process to review them and bring them to you.
No, you go ahead. It's fine.
I was going to ask, so the LRC process is something that was just put together on how you are implementing the policy, correct?
Yeah, and it's in accordance with board policy, because
Yes.
the board policy states that it is up to the district staff to identify means by which books will be selected. So within those parameters, it falls under the board policy.
Gotcha. Did you have?
Before I forget, let me.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, my issue on this is that I have no issue with the presentation on the submitted novels, but we vote to approve the pilots. So then, my issue is that, and the parents' issues have always been, is that these books are piloted in the classroom without the board approval. And so if they don't choose not to use it, then their kid, they don't really ever know. And they have an issue with that. So is there a way to skip the children or the students in the pilot process and just have staff do the piloting somehow? So then that way we don't get any unnecessary grief that kids read a book that they deemed it was inappropriate. Like, they're not the guinea pigs. So that would be my issue.
Can I ask a question? Did the parents get any indication that the students are going to be reading this even in a pilot, so they could opt out?
I'm going to look to Ms. Aguilar. Do we know if notification is sent home to parents prior to their reading
Well,
it? I would
generally,
assume
it's
yes.
in the
but
syllabus, and before students read a novel, they're told what novel they're going to read, because
They have to
sometimes
buy
they
it.
But is
get
it
their
stated
novels
that
at
it's a
home.
piloted book?
Yeah, that it's not approved by the district that's a pilot.
I think that'd be important.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
We will look into that, and we can give a definitive answer. And if there isn't one, that can be part of our
Because there
process
may
in
be a
moving
student
forward.
group that really likes to pilot books, and we might be able to use that. But
I think
I-
that one of the reasons that we like to pilot textbooks or novels with students is we may think it's a good idea to bring a certain novel forward, but the students are truth tellers.
right, sure.
I mean, they're the ones who say, great idea, we love it, or my goodness, this is
Right.
not striking home at all.
Mhm.
And we don't know that until we actually try that in a classroom.
And I think that's very important to get the
Yes.
student feedback. However, I think I'm feeling like I agree with what you're saying here. I feel like we need a stopgap between the staff, the committee reading it, and then it being piloted, just to say, hey, are we okay piloting this
Mhm.
with the kids from the board's approval level? Does that make sense?
So you're requesting a step in the flow chart.
Or
Yeah.
it
would
could be from the
require
parents'
board
approval.
Yeah, I think we probably need to just make sure that we're saying, yes, we are okay, the five of us are okay letting the kids pilot this book.
I think that may be, for me, going a bit above and beyond, because we already have our staff doing it, our executive cabinet, our LRC, which we value. I mean, we've selected the people from the LRC, and in this,
Wait, who
the
selected
box
the
on
people?
the
Wait, who
the-
selected the people for the
We didn't
LRC?
select the
I didn't
people.
select
we
anybody.
didn't select the people,
Right,
but
okay.
our educated district staff has,
Yes, our
has
staff did.
chosen them.
Just making sure that it was clear that we didn't select them.
The box in the far left corner, it says first LRC meeting, and at the bottom it says vote to approve pilots. I'm assuming the LRC group is approving.
Correct, yes.
And I think that might be one of the issues, because had the LRC approval committee had been really on top of it, books like this might not have gotten through and placed in our libraries.
Well, it's not on our core curriculum book, so that's a whole different
That's
book.
whole
That's
different thing.
not something they're studying in class.
Right.
Yeah, that's a library issue.
That's what we're debating on right now.
My issue though is that there's some books, and we know that some books have not gotten past the pilot process, and sometimes there's just books that just pilot and then they never take the next step, and then another pilot and it doesn't take the next step. And so we've heard of that, and so I think a way to get around that is either to have the board approve the pilot process, or we have some checks and balances that parents know that this is a pilot, and like students can participate in the pilot, just so if something goes wrong, I mean, who gets blamed if something goes wrong? You know, that we get blamed. And so we're just taking responsibility. So either the parents know and like they sign something that says, yes, my kid can pilot it, or I think we just need
it's
a
a
checks
both
and
and,
balance.
though. I would feel like it's a both and.
Mhm.
Like the board says this is okay, but I think the parents still should be told, hey, we're piloting a book. It's been approved by the board, but it's still a pilot. It's not approved reading. Can we just add a step? That's all I'm asking for.
We can absolutely add written notification to inform parents right before.
Right. But
that
I'm saying,
they're
can we
reading
add a step
piloted
where
book.
you bring before you pilot them to students, that you bring it to us?
Is that what the board is requesting at
That's
this time?
I'm
to
not
put
requesting
into
that.
the
I
flow
think
chart?
that putting it on 30-day review is that option to do that. I think if we're piloting it in the classroom, it definitely should have a note go home to the parent saying, we're piloting this book. This is the book. You can opt out if you like. But it's adding so much more initially for us to debate and go through that when it might not even get to that point. So I think it's stepping too far over before we even get to that pilot piece. If we're talking about a book that's for an IB class, it's age appropriate, it's designated for that specific grade, it addresses the guidelines that is specific to teaching in class. It's not a library book, it follows along there. If it's made it to the LRC and our cabinet is reviewing it, I think that it's appropriate to pilot it and let parents know we're piloting this book. And then if it goes to that next step where the students like it and the teachers like it, then it should move forward to the next process.
If that's true, why does it hurt to say, hey, board, check this out?
Because I'm afraid that we're going to be limiting books and removing them before we even have a chance to pilot them.
But you can pilot it and we can still not vote on it.
True.
So it's the same thing. And I think too, it doesn't get to the cabinet until after.
No, the cabinet gets first approval. First
It's actually
box.
in the first step. We start reviewing them and reading
And so
them
I'm going
alongside
to
everyone.
rely on them to know, we know, they know what we're expecting. If they see anything that would be out of line, then.
Did you read this?
I've been through some of it, yeah.
I don't see why it's a big to-do to say, hey, we're getting ready to pilot this at a meeting. Or one or two books, however many the LRC says that we want to pilot these books. Just have us say, okay, go ahead, or no, let's not. I mean, it's,
If we're going to do that, I want it in public at a board meeting because I'm
Absolutely.
afraid that our board is going to be taking books out of the hands of our
no,
children.
I'm saying at a board meeting. I'm
we're
not
not doing it behind the
suggesting behind the
scenes.
scenes.
What kind of prior notice would the board want to be able to review the books to be piloted?
I personally feel comfortable if we are sending notification to the parents, letting them know that we are piloting this novel, giving them content information about the novel, including some type of a rating system. You know, we can't watch television without it saying sex, drugs, violence, smoking. You know, it's something simple that gives them a thing. And I'm comfortable with that. And if the parents, you know, are concerned, then they can check out the book. They can read the reviews.
They can opt out.
They can opt out.
And they can
There's-
still do that after the board votes to say,
yeah,
go ahead and
but I
pilot it.
think it needs to go through the process. We don't do that with textbooks. We don't do.
But textbooks are limited. Like, we had a conversation about textbooks. There's only 5 to choose from. We're talking about this sea of literature is.
Yeah, but there's a lot of
vast.
requirements, as Mrs. Aguilar stated, that lots of boxes that they have to check, sorry, to, meet the standards for the class,
Based on the state of California.
based on the state of California.
And
But-
the time limit that they have in the class. So there's only so many novels you can actually read in your
Yeah.
class. This is not a library approval.
Oh,
It's
right.
an
No,
actual,
totally agree.
we're
Yeah.
going to be studying it line
And
by line
I've,
together.
I've only read 2 pages of the novel so far,
I read the whole thing.
and
You want to hear it out loud?
it should be interesting just from what I've seen so far. But I think letting parents know is really all that we need, and let's go through the process. That's my.
What do you think, Sean?
I think, I think the idea of having the parents receive a note that says, hey, we are piloting this book, will give them the option, especially because they can research it online as well, just as easy as you and I can. So if they didn't want to have their child in that book, they could opt out of it.
They
So, so what about?
And they could do that.
They can do
so-
that for any book
Yeah.
that we have.
Yeah, that's always true. That's not a new thing.
Right.
Telling them it's piloted sounds like a new thing. I'm just asking for a step between at a board meeting with a vote to say, are we okay piloting this in the classroom? Are you interested in that?
I'm interested in it, absolutely.
I'm interested. Because then, I mean, it did get, it got to this point, and I think, reading it, so this is my thing. I wasn't into this book at all. I think the kids would be much better if this was like a novel just dealing with what it was. But I also think, too, that we have to start to be very careful, because if we are suspending, if kids are getting in trouble for calling names and using vulgar terms towards women, then I don't understand how we can allow these types of books, these with graphic, graphic pictures, derogatory towards women, making these statements. How can we continue to expect different things in school when they're reading these in a book, and the language that comes out of this is what it is? Do you get what I'm saying here?
I
Like,
get
we
it, but
expect
the reality is that's real life, and that stuff happens even here, not even
Well,
beyond
I understand that.
Iran.
But if it's real life and they're using these terms, if they're going to call people sluts and whores and all this stuff, then we cannot expect them not to use. If we're bringing these books into the classroom, we're essentially, as a board, saying it's okay. This type of
I wouldn't say
language
that.
is okay.
I would say that that's where you have a discussion about why they're doing that and why they're saying that and what that means here and why we
Okay,
don't
well,
have
you
those
can have that
conversations.
discussion, but you can say, well, we've brought this book in, and so in this book, all they're calling the women sluts and whores, and people are pissing on people in here. There's graphic pictures of that. And so are we saying that this is acceptable behavior to put into our classroom? And then when they act out, like we've had a problem of what we were talking about, people using certain terms. And we know that our middle school kids are listening to 90s gangster rap. And there's certain words that are in that rap that are now being used on the playground. And so these kids are being punished for that.
So
it's
we
kind
need
of
to
the same
educate
thing.
them because that's what's happening in the world. It's
So-
happening on the radio. It's happening in conversations. That book is not the only place that they're going to hear the term
I
slut or
understand
whole.
that.
So we need to
I
to
understand
have those
that.
conversations so
understand that.
they
but
don't.
they're not listening to the radio in the classroom because we don't allow that type of language in the classroom. So you're saying it's okay to allow this type of book with this type of language in the classroom.
I would add that when you're studying an IB curriculum, history and literature, we talked about the Holocaust earlier. The atrocities that happened in the Holocaust are unmentionable, and yet if you don't mention what those atrocities were, you're not teaching about it. And so you have to pointing out the degradation of women that happened in the Iranian
And continues to
time in the
happen.
1970s, to point out the anti-Semitism that led to the Holocaust, to point out the atrocities that happened in slavery and before in the civil rights era. That's just knowledge of what happened. It creates outstanding discussions along the way. Do we condone the language? Of course we don't condone the language. Do we recognize that that kind of treatment happened to other human beings in the world? Yes, we do.
I understand that, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen and that it shouldn't be discussed, but there's proper novels that don't have this type of language and have the type of behavior and stuff that are more easily discussed. And I'm saying if we're going to allow books into the classroom that have the F word on every single page and have all these different slang, all this stuff that's probably not necessary to be there, then we need to take a step back and say we are bringing this into the classroom, and when the kids start throwing F-bombs everywhere, we're not going to hold them accountable because we're allowing this to be, we're allowing it.
Again, if the point of it is this is deplorable behavior which shouldn't have happened back then and which won't be, we want to make sure it don't happen in our society. We're trying to learn from the past so we can treat each other as fellow human beings better.
Okay, but that's not what I just said. I said that there are books that can get that point across without having to have a ton of profanity.
So in the meantime, we're going to ban books.
Who's talking about banning a book?
That's exactly what this is talking
No,
about.
We're talking about approving or not approving books to be used as core curriculum. That's what this process is about.
Right?
Yeah.
Literally.
Eliminating.
Not banning a book.
We're talking about
No,
30
we're
days.
talking about a 30-day review.
So-
We're not even going to allow that.
I understand, but it's been piloted. And my question again, are we interested in adjusting the process to allow the board to approve piloting? That's my question. I know that
question.
you ladies are not interested in that.
I'm interested.
I'm interested.
3 of us are interested in changing the
So that would be a revision of our policy on.
This isn't a policy.
You're
I'm just saying-
asking for a revision of a policy because you, right now the board has authorization over a certain area and you're asking to augment that policy with this.
Okay.
But who put this where did this policy come from? Because
Book approval policy.
When was it approved?
This has been.
Probably a long
This
time.
is what's,
Long time?
this is
Probably a
what
long time.
districts do.
Yep.
Right, so that.
We refer to it as a
Then if
process.
that's what I'm doing, then I'm requesting to change the policy that adjusts this process that is not a policy, but it's used to implement the policy that exists.
I understand.
So that's all I'm asking
Okay.
for.
Would that be considered a future agenda item? Okay.
Okay.
Then, okay.
All right.
I understand the request.
So,
good.
so the motion that's on the table right now is the approval of a 30-day policy or a 30-day review of this particular novel. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So do I have a
So
vote?
that we're not approving that this book would be used as core curriculum. We're approving that parents get a chance to look at it.
Absolutely.
Because
Yeah,
parents
that's the
haven't
whole
had a
thing.
chance to look at this necessarily
Correct.
yet.
Yeah, I would suggest any book in which we put out as a district, parents should be looking it over, should be researching it themselves, not just relying on us 5 in a review board in order to make their decision. So,
Until we eliminate it.
Yes.
if,
We had
yeah,
just, yeah.
if,
Then that's, we're banning it.
I'm not necessarily banning.
We're not
Wait,
banning
so
it.
every
It's
book
not in
that's
the
not
curriculum.
on the core curriculum is banned?
If we're going, well, I don't know. That's a good question. Is it going to go into the library? If this is not allowed in core
We're
curriculum, are
talking
you
about
going to?
approving books for core curriculum.
Mhm.
Like, what,
Right.
this is a very strange avenue to be talking about this when it's.
I'm just curious. Is we're not even going to be piloting it? Where do
because
we
it's
stop?
required reading.
Okay.
If this book is in the library, I don't think that I would have a problem with
I
this
don't
being in
care.
the library.
Okay.
So.
All I'm
But-
saying is that if this book goes into a library, that's
can
fine.
choose to read
You
it.
can choose to read it. But do some parents want, like, look at this. I mean, it's so random in this book. Like, right back here, it was so off the wall what was said. And I was just like, what's going on here? So this girl's, she's about to go to Austria because she's fleeing Iran. And so in this conversation, her and her grandma are in the same bedroom together. And she says, "Grandma, how do you have such round breasts at your age? Every morning and night I soak them in a bowl of ice water for 10 minutes. And it's like, what does that have to do? Like, I don't know. Like, that's just a weird thing. Like, this whole book was weird like that with a bunch of these weird statements. And so, do parents want this in the classroom? If you want to check it out and read it, perfect. But, like, when you have all of this weird stuff going on, maybe people aren't very comfortable with that.
Which
And
is
so-
where the opt-out comes in. So
Or we just put in the library and we choose a different book that doesn't make weird statements like that or controversial statements. And
until somebody comes and says we don't want it in the library, then what?
Well, then we talk about whether we want it in the library or not. That's a whole nother conversation. It's like we're sidebarring the whole deal. I was asking for evidently a change in policy, and now we're talking about whether this is going to be required reading that you can opt out of. I understand, but it's still required reading for the course. So I don't think the book was very good. But
It wasn't necessarily required. It was one of the options that the students could choose, correct?
Yeah, the teacher indicated it was going to be used as an option in IB. There's several assignments they have to complete, and they have to choose from a variety of types of novels, authors, etc.
So
But by
not
putting it
everyone
o-
will be reading this.
But by putting it on the core novels list, a teacher could choose to
Anyone
use it
could
on,
use it.
in their class.
Yes.
Okay, so are we voting on the 30-day review?
For it
Is
to
that
be
correct?
reviewed. Yeah.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving on. Motion, please?
I'll make
No
a
worries.
motion to certify AB 1200/2756 report for the Association of Placentia-Yorba Educators as proposed in the 2022 to 2023 collective bargaining agreement.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Blades, second by Mr. Frazier. Mr. Giordano, will you take us there?
Yes. So thank you and good evening. Tonight, under Human Resources Action Item Number 2, staff will recommend the board approve the 22-23 tentative agreement with the Association of Placentia-Yorba Educators, otherwise known as APPLE. In order to comply with the provisions of AB 1200 and AB 2756, districts are required to disclose the major provisions of the agreement, including the costs that will be incurred in the current and 2 subsequent years. And this information must be disclosed prior to entering into the agreement. Included with the agenda item is the document titled Public Disclosure of Collective Bargaining Agreement that highlights the key provisions of the tentative agreement with Apple.
Okay, any questions? It's a lot of numbers. I figured, Mr. Frazier, you would have some input there. No? All right. Okay, then with that, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve the tentative agreement between APLE and the PYL-USD.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Lopez, will you take this item, please?
Yes. Thank you, President Youngblood, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Matthews, and Executive Cabinet. Tonight, I'm pleased to bring forward the tentative agreement with the Association of Placentia-Yorba Educators for the 2022-2023 negotiations. When brought forward to the membership, the agreement passed with a 96% approval. I would like to thank those who served on the Apple negotiating team, including Jim Fox, Marge Cooley, Jeremy Kelly, Karen Alexic, and Cliff Schuster. I would also like to thank the district negotiating team, including Nancy Blade, Renee Gray, Christina Michelle, Paige Stills, Olivia Young, and additional support from David Giordano. We're grateful for the collaborative process with Apple and shared commitment to the ongoing success of our students and district. Thank you for your consideration of this tentative agreement.
Awesome. Any questions?
It's not a question. I just, I'm very excited about the compensation rate for hourly assignments at the $55 rate. I've been saying it's tragic that we're only paying our teachers $24 or $25 an hour, so this is excellent. Thank you.
Agreed.
Awesome. Okay, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Motion carries 5-0. Excellent. Number 3, let me get a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposal between PLUM and PYLUSD for a 7% base salary increase retroactive to July 1st, 2022.
Second.
Okay, I have a primary motion and a secondary. Dr. Lopez, please.
Thank you. I'm pleased to bring forward the proposal for the Placentia-Yorba Unified Managers. I would like to thank our district's dedicated leaders who faithfully serve the students, staff, and community of PYL-USD. This proposal includes a compensation increase aligned with those approved for Apple. Thank you for your consideration.
Awesome. Questions? All right, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to certify AB 1200/2756 report for the California School Employees Association Placentia chapter number 293 as proposed.
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Giordano, will you go ahead and carry us?
Thank you again. And tonight, this is under the next action item. Under Human Resources Action Item number 5, staff will recommend the board approve the 22-23 Memorandum of Understanding with the California School Employees Association, otherwise known as CSEA, Chapter 293. Again, in order to comply with the provisions of AB 1200 and AB 2756, district is required to disclose the major provisions of the agreement, including the costs that will be incurred in the current and 2 subsequent years. And this information must be disclosed prior to entering into the agreement. Included with the agenda item is the document titled Public Disclosure of Collective Bargaining Agreement that highlights the key provisions of the tender agreement with CSEA.
Any questions?
No. Nope.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 5-0. All right, number 5.
I'll approve the motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between CSEA Chapter 293 and the PYL-USD for an additional 0.5 off-schedule increase over the 2021-2022 salary schedule, retroactive to July 1st of 2022.
Second.
Okay, and you meant on schedule, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Dr. Lopez, if you would.
Yes, thank you. Tonight, I'm pleased to bring forward an agreement with CSEA Chapter 293 to provide compensation equity between the employee groups for the 2022-23 negotiations. We appreciate the collaborative process with CSEA, and thank you for your consideration of this agreement.
Comments?
None.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 6. Motion, please.
I'll make a motion to accept the initial sunshine proposal from CSEA Chapter 293 and initiate the collective classified bargaining process for the 2023 to 2024 school year.
Second.
Once again, Dr. Lopez.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce the next 2 items on our agenda being brought forward for consideration. The district and CSEA Chapter 293 have a collective bargaining agreement through June 30th, 2025. Per Article 1 of the contract, the parties agree to commence reopener negotiations for the 2023-2024 school year. The Educational Employment Relations Act requires initial contract proposals made by both sides to be presented at a public meeting prior to the commencement of the employer-employee negotiations. In accordance with these procedures, CSEA is submitting their initial proposal to open negotiations. In accordance with these procedures, the district is also submitting their proposal to open negotiations, as is represented in the second action item before you tonight. We look forward to working together with CSEA and our continued partnership and service to the students of PYL-USD.
Any questions for Dr. Lopez? No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, motion carries 5-0. Moving on to number 7.
I'll make a motion to accept the initial sunshine proposal from the district and initiate the collective classified bargaining process for the 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
All right. Dr. Lopez, if you would.
We introduced both action items, so if the board's comfortable with that, you can
Perfect.
go ahead and proceed with the vote.
Excellent, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving on. Business and financial. May I have a motion for number 1?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2022 to 23 second interim report with a positive certification. A positive certification indicates that based upon current projections, the district will meet its financial obligations for the current fiscal year and subsequent 2 fiscal years.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Mr. Giordano,
Right.
please.
Well, thank you and good evening. Tonight we're going to view with you our 22-23 second interim financial report, and this report represents the second official revision to the district's adopted budget that was actually presented and approved back in June. And it also incorporates the key components of the governor's proposal for next fiscal year, 23-24. The report contains our actual financial data through January 31st and also includes updated revenue and expenditure forecasts for the current and 2 subsequent years. And so here's a look at our agenda for tonight. First, we're going to view with you the governor's January budget proposal for fiscal year 23-24, followed by the changes that occurred since the first interim report was approved back in mid-December. Tonight, we're also going to discuss some of the key budget challenges that lie ahead and then those next steps in our budgeting process. So here's a glance at the governor's budget proposal for fiscal year 23-24. And we know the proposal was released back on January 10th, and it represents the start of the budget cycle for next fiscal year. We also know the governor's forecasting slower economic growth, but he's not forecasting a recession. Of course, this assumption carries with it some additional risk. If the economy were to slip into a recession and state revenues would deteriorate further from current projections. And with that slower economic growth, state general fund revenues are forecast to decline by $29.5 billion below the 22-23 Budget Act level, which will trigger an estimated shortfall of $22.5 billion in the state general fund next fiscal year. And because school funding in California is based off of those state revenue collections, the Prop 98 funding is expected to be leaner in the coming year as well. As a result, the governor's proposing an education budget that simply maintains the investments that were made during the good years. So here's a look at the state's general fund revenue estimates that impact the Proposition 98 minimum funding guarantee for schools for fiscal years 21-22 through 23-24. As you can see from this chart, state revenues are forecast to decrease from $214.9 billion under the current year Budget Act to $206 billion under the governor's budget proposal for next year, 23-24. And this represents a decrease of $8.9 billion or 4.1% less than the current year estimate. And then importantly, the governor's revenue estimates are even less conservative than the LAO's office. In fact, the LAO is forecasting an even larger decrease in state revenues next year of $14.8 billion or 6.9%, bringing the total estimated revenues down to just over $200.1 billion. And so here's a look at the impact on the Proposition 98 minimum funding guarantee for schools. With that decrease in state revenue collections, since the Budget Act was approved back in June, the Prop 98 guarantee is down an estimated $3.4 billion in the current year, 22-23. And then in 23-24, the guarantee is forecast to increase by $1.8 billion, and that's up from the revised current year level. You can also see from this chart that the governor's Prop 98 guarantee estimates are roughly $3.1 billion higher than the LAO's office over the forecast period, which covers fiscal years 21-22 through 23-24. And so what's the governor proposing for next fiscal year? Well, first, in order to help offset some of the inflationary pressures, he's proposing $4.2 billion to fund an estimated 8.13% statutory COLA on our LCFF funding for next year. And for our district, this represents an increase of roughly $11.1 million in LCFF base grants and an additional $1.1 million in supplemental grants. Governor's also proposing an additional $669 million, and this is to cover an estimated 8.13% COLA on all those categorical programs that are funded outside the LCFF, which include special education, child nutrition, state preschool, and the mandate block grant program as well. And additionally, in order to provide even more funding to the highest need schools, Governor's proposing $300 million in ongoing funding as an add-on to the LCFF, and he's termed this new funding source the equity multiplier, which will provide approximately $874 per student to schools serving the highest concentrations of low-income students. And unfortunately, the governor's also proposing a reduction in the one-time arts, music, and discretionary block grant of $1.2 billion. And this is needed in order to help cover the cost of that statutory COLA that we talked about and this new equity multiplier. And for our district, this represents a reduction of approximately $5.4 million in that arts, music, and discretionary block grant. Next, we're going to take a look at some of the key changes that occurred since the first interim report was approved by the board back in mid-December. So here's a look at some of those key changes since first interim. In this chart, you can see the cost of living adjustments and the CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contribution rate estimates for each of the next 2 years. And for 23-24, that COLA estimate's been revised up from 5.38% at first interim to 8.13% under the governor's proposed budget for next year. On the other hand, for fiscal year 24-25, that COLA estimate's been revised down from 4.02% to 3.54%, and that's based on the latest estimates received from School Services of California. Regarding the CalPERS employer contribution rates for 23-24, that estimate's been revised up from 25.2% at first interim to 27% under the governor's proposal for next year. Additionally, for fiscal year 24-25, the estimate's been revised up from 24.6% at first interim to 28.1% under the second interim report. And you'll note that there are no changes currently proposed to the CalSTRS employer contribution rates, which are set to remain the same at 19.1% for this year and the next 2 years. And so this slide just highlights the changes in our enrollment and our average daily attendance since we last reported the board back in mid-December. And for fiscal years 23-24 and 24-25, you can see enrollment's been revised down by an additional 10 students in 23-24 and by 30 students in 24-25. And this is directly related to the continued decline in enrollment that we've seen since the beginning of the year. Regarding our average daily attendance, district's funded ADAs also been revised down by 90 students in 23-24 and by 206 students in 24-25. And unfortunately, like most school districts here in Orange County and throughout the state of California, our district ADA did drop pretty significantly during the pandemic, and our attendance rates have remained below the historical norms. And we're going to highlight the impact of these changes and more a little later in the presentation. So next we're going to take a look at some of the key budget assumptions that we used to build our second interim report. So taking a look at our district enrollment, if you go all the way back to 2015-16, our districts experienced a cumulative decline in annual enrollment of 2,602 students over the last 7-year period. And the average annual enrollment decline during that same time frame represents a loss of about 372 students each year. And this year enrollments declined by about 370 students over the prior year. And regarding average daily attendance, although the ADA declines over the past 3 years have been much steeper than the years we saw previous to the pandemic, in percentage terms, our district's ADAs declined roughly in alignment with other districts in Orange County. So here's a look at some of the key assumptions that we used to build our second interim financial report. And you can see we've included not only the current year, but the 2 subsequent years as well. And I'm not going to go through all these, but I do want to highlight a few. The first, of course, is the salary lines. If you were to take a look at our SACS financial reports and you take a look at the salary lines, you'd see that we have included the tentative agreements with our certificated and classified bargaining groups. You'd also see that we've included the step and column increases as well. And then if you drill down further and take a look at the statutory lines, you'd see the increased cost for CalSTRS and CalPERS pension systems. We're going to take a look at the statutory COLA, talk about that here in a bit. In terms of the enrollment, you can see enrollment for the current year coming in at just under 23,000 students, and we are projecting declines in each of the 2 subsequent years of 400 students each year. We talked about our attendance rate a little bit ago. Attendance rate is down in the current year at 93.3%. That's the projection We are projecting a slight uptick in the 2 out years up to 93.5%. And then we're going to take a look at our LCFF funding projections. We'll review our multi-year projection here in a bit. Regarding health and welfare benefit costs, they are up 5.2% over the prior year. And again, that's based on the final negotiated rates with all of our health and welfare benefit providers. And then in the 2 out years, we're projecting increases of 6%, and that's based on projected increases in health and welfare benefit costs nationally. And next, we're going to review some of the key financial information that's contained in this second interim report. And so here's a look at that multi-year projection. And this multi-year projection, of course, is in just summary format. And here we're focusing on just our unrestricted operating accounts, so just our discretionary revenue sources. You can see we've included the current year, and then we also have included the 3 subsequent years. For the current year, 22-23, you can see we're forecasting an operating surplus of just under $1.3 million. That surplus contains about $2.8 million in one-time expenses. And so when we back out those one-time expenses, we're left with a structural surplus in the current year of $4.1 million. When we move into 23-24, you can see the operating surplus is projected to increase again, just under $6.1 million, before dropping pretty significantly in fiscal year 24-25 to just over $5,000. And the reason for the decline in 24-25 goes back to that COLA that we talked about earlier of 3.54%. That COLA is not enough to cover the projected declines in enrollment and the attendance rate in that year. And so we're projecting a year-over-year decrease in LCFF funding about $1.8 million. And so that's leading to that reduction you see in the surplus in 24-25. And then when we got to 25-26, you can see we are projecting a deficit of $2.6 million. And again, that goes back to the fact that our operating expenditures are projected to increase faster than our operating revenues in 25-26. And so again, there are 3 key reasons that contribute to the general fund operating pressures that begin in 24-25. First, it's the 3.54% estimated COLA. It's just not enough to cover the offsets in enrollment and our attendance rate in that given year. And that's going to trigger a year-over-year decrease in LCFF funding about $1.8 million. And then on top of that, we have cost increases for a step and column, health and welfare benefits, and then PERS and STIRS pension contributions, which are going up on average about 3% per year over the forecast period. And then lastly, of course, in order to be able to maintain a competitive compensation package, we know increases in salary will also place strains on our operating budgets moving forward. And so this slide just highlights all the temporary positions and services that are funded with the one-time COVID-19 relief funding. And it's important to be able to track these dollars separately to ensure that those ongoing programs and services are not charged to one-time funding sources. And unfortunately, this is one of those areas that districts can get themselves in trouble with if they're not making the required adjustments in those positions and services that are funded with one-time dollars. And so this is one of those areas that our fiscal services team monitors really closely, as well as our business office, and we'll continue to do that. And then here's a look at how we project to close out the current year. This is for fiscal year 22-23, our components of ending fund balance. And you can see we're projected to close out with just over $115.6 million in our combined general fund. Of that, $56.7 million roughly is in our unrestricted accounts, and then just over $59 million in all of our restricted categorical programs. We also have that legally restricted reserve for cash in stores that's set aside at just over $317,000. And then in the middle of the slide, you can see we set aside some reserves for other commitments, which include textbook adoptions of $5 million, declining enrollment of $10 million, a deficit mitigation of just over $3.9 million, and again, all those restricted categorical programs, legally restricted, set aside at $59 million. We also have a contingency reserve set aside at $18.7 million, and that will leave us with a reserve for economic uncertainties of just over $18.7 million, or 5% of our total operating budget. And next, we're just going to take a look at some of those key budget challenges that we face moving forward. And as we've shared with the board in the past, these are challenges that are not unique to our district. Most districts in the state are facing these same issues. And so here's a look at some of those challenges. First, we know declining enrollment continues to be a challenge for our district, as well as other districts throughout the county, throughout the state, and the nation for that matter. And over the last 3 years alone, our district enrollment's declined by about 1,850 students, and this year enrollment's down by about 370 students over the prior year, and that's primarily in the middle and high school grade levels. In addition to the enrollment decline, our district's attendance rate has declined as well during the pandemic, and again remains well below our historical trends. Since districts are funded off of the number of students that attend school each and every day, not actual enrollment, this will exacerbate the funding losses in the coming years. Additionally, of course, we have increasing cost pressures for things like step and column, health and welfare benefits, and then PERS and STRS pension obligations. Again, will place additional strains on the budget moving forward. And then this slide just highlights those three primary cost drivers that school districts will see in the out years. As you can see from this chart, cost for step and column movement, PERS and STRS pension obligations, and health and welfare benefits, they're projected to go up just over 2.5% over the next 2 years. On the other hand, when you take a look at our LCFF base funding, it's expected to increase at just under 2% over that same 2-year period. And so with our expenditures forecast to rise faster than operating revenues in the next 2 years, that structural surplus that we've had the current year and projected to have in the subsequent year, that will be reduced absent additional funding from the state and or reductions we're able to make at the local level. And then finally, we're just going to wrap up with a look at our budget timeline and then some of the next steps in the budgeting process. So again, back in mid-December, the board had taken action and approved the first interim report with a positive certification. Tonight, we're asking the board for consideration on approval of the district's second interim financial report, again with a positive certification. Of course, this second interim includes the governor's January budget proposal for next fiscal year. And then in early June, we'll hold the public hearing on our local control accountability plan, as well as the adopted budget. And then in late June, we'll bring back both those items for the board's approval, both the LCAP and the adopted budget. The adopted budget is going to be based off the governor's May revised proposal. That comes out in mid-May. And that proposal includes actual tax collections through the month of April. And so that typically provides us a much better guesstimate of what the state budget's going to look like in the coming year. This year it's going to be a little bit complicated by the fact that the state extended the tax deadline for some residents in California. And so that will, yeah, that's right. Yes, that's correct. And so so it will impact revenues. And so we'll keep a close eye on the revenue outlook. I know the Department of Finance will be doing the same. And so with that, I just want to open up to questions. But before I do want to say a big thank you to our two departments that worked on the budget, our Fiscal Services Department and also our Business Services Office. And Fong Tran, our Director of Fiscal Services, in the audience this evening, and Christina Michelle, our Director of Business Services. And a special thanks to their teams for all the work. So with that. Question.
Do we need to start breeding Labradors to make money for the district? Are we there yet?
Labradors. I don't think we have to do that.
Yeah. So
we've talked about breeding Labradors and having selling eggs, getting chickens, selling eggs.
That would be part of our new math
So
curriculum.
that's just when we've hit that point, we know we're really bad.
We can keep the okay. Anyways, the 24-25 COLA.
Yes.
With inflation and all the things going on, that's really low. Why are we anticipating that?
So the COLA assumptions that we receive, we get those from School Services of California. And what they do is they take a look at the Department of Finance's projections for the COLA, and they come up with an estimate as well. That number that you see, the 3.54%, is the best guess of what that COLA is going to come in and look like for the coming year. They'll adjust that throughout the year. They adjust at several different points.
Well, they adjusted 23, 24.
They did.
Up to 8.
And just to be clear, is the COLA the amount that the cost of living increases, or is it the amount of funding that we're going to be receiving in addition to what we have now?
Yeah, so the COLA is, it's based on an inflationary, a factor. It's basically an adjustment, sort of like the CPI. And so, that is the adjustment that we'll receive on our LCFF funding. It's also, an adjustment that we'll receive on those categorical programs that remain funded outside the LCFF. So the special ed program, child nutrition, state preschool, mandate block grant, all those programs.
We talked about the attendance rate being down. What historically is the attendance rate?
Yeah, it's a
We're
great
like
question.
93%. What's the?
Great question. So historically here, the attendance rate's been around the 96.5% mark. And so, and like most districts in the state of California, during the pandemic, that rate went down for most districts in the 3% range. And that's about what it's gone down for us as well, about 3%. And so, and I think it just goes back to the fact that, you know, the kids still, when they're feeling ill, they're staying home, right? And so, and unfortunately, we're not funded off of those students that don't show up each and every day. And so we're funded off of, you know, attendance period. And so if they don't show up, we don't get paid for them.
The reserve for economic uncertainties account, what would be an event that would cause us to be able to dip into that, or rather need to?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so, you know, when we look at the state's budget for next year, right? The state budget overall looks really good for education, but there have been years, many years, where the education budget gets hit very, very hard, right? And so if we ever got into a situation where we had to make dramatic cuts and we weren't able to make enough cuts in order to be able to get to a balanced budget, that would be one area that we'd be able to draw on that reserve. Now, there's a lot of safeguards that come into play before we ever get there. As soon as we indicate that we're going to have problems meeting our financial obligations, we'll have to let the county know that. There will be a different certification that we'll ask the board to certify. A qualified certification would be the first step in that process, which indicates the district would have problems meeting its obligations. But well before we get there, we'd be having conversations with the board about the financial condition. But really it comes down to, if you're not able to make the amount of expenditure reductions to balance your budget, that's the situation where you'd be dipping in. But we'd have lots of conversations well before we get to that point.
Well, and we have a $60 million fund balance. So, I mean, we have that to deal with, but still.
Yes.
We need to be creative. I don't like red on that.
Yes, yes.
Aside from Labradors, do we have any other comments or questions?
I just wanted to talk about the Arts and Music Instructional Material Block Grant. What are we anticipating our share of that to be? And have we received any of those dollars?
Yeah, I have to go back and look at how much of it received. I know we received at least 50% of it. And the amount we're expecting to receive based on the proposal by the governor with the January budget, we're expecting to receive $9.6 million. And so I can go back and let you know exactly how much of that we received.
Is that included in the second interim?
Yeah, so we budgeted the $9.6 million. And so what we typically would do, we have to record the revenue estimate. And so we recorded the 9.6. And then what we'll do is we'll budget out over the course of the spending guidelines on that grant expenses that match that 9.6 million, and we'll adjust that after the board approves the expenditure plan, and that we'll bring that to you at a future board meeting.
When do you think we're going to be approving that?
I would say
so
that's
you can
probably
spend the money.
I think we're April.
April, we want to bring it forward to you for approval.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. A lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you to you and your team.
Yes.
All of you out there.
Okay, folks, if there's no more questions, let's go ahead and take a vote on this. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion to adopt the district transportation plan per Ed Code 39800.1 effective March 15th, 2023 through June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Blaze, second by Mr. Frazier. Mr. Giordano, one more
Okay.
time.
Thank you. Based on new provisions that are included in the current Year Budget Act and detailed in Education Code Section 39800.1, school districts are required to develop a plan describing the transportation services it will offer to students and how it will prioritize planned transportation services for students in transitional kindergarten, grades 1 through 6, and students who are low income. This plan must be adopted by the district's governing board on or before April 1st of 2023, and then updated annually by April 1st each year thereafter. With that said, it's my pleasure to invite our Transportation Director, Mr. Richard Jimenez, to the podium. He will present the district's transportation plan, including information on all the new requirements, and then feedback that we received from our different stakeholder groups. Mr. Jimenez.
Good evening. So here's a look at tonight's agenda. First, we'll provide an overview of the district's transportation plan and discuss key requirements on how the district will meet the requirements. We'll discuss the requirements in California Education Code 39800.1, which includes the following components: development of the transportation plan describing services offered, transportation service requirements for students with disabilities, McKinney-Vento, and foster youth, priority transportation for grades TK to 6 and low-income students. Also included on the agenda will be stakeholder feedback and key transportation data. We'd like to give you an overview of the transportation plan requirements as defined in California Education Code 39800.1, which was added as part of the 22-23 Budget Act, which states that eligible local education agencies develop a plan to provide home-to-school transportation, report specific data about the impact of the home-to-school plan, include feedback from various stakeholder groups, and formally adopt the plan on or before April 1st. The transportation plan includes data such as expenditure details, information about ridership, numbers of students transported, and other data related to transportation. The plan also includes how transportation will be prioritized for TK through 6th grade, McKinney-Vento, foster youth, and unduplicated students. As a significant component of the transportation plan, we will discuss transportation for students with disabilities, McKinney-Vento, and foster youth. Students whose individualized education program requires transportation will continue to receive services at no charge. McKinney-Vento students where transportation is a barrier to accessing their educational services will continue receiving transportation at no cost as well. In accordance with the new requirement, beginning with the 23-24 school year, unduplicated students will be eligible to receive free transportation services within transportation eligible zones. Identified in the plan, unduplicated students can apply online for free bus passes or in person at the district's transportation office. Next, we'll discuss prioritizing transportation for students in grades TK to 6 and low-income students. An effort to provide easy access to access transportation services, in July of each year, all students can apply for transportation services online and obtain a bus pass for the upcoming school year. Based on new requirements and consistent with best practice, transportation services will be prioritized for students who are in grades TK to 6 and that are within eligible transportation zones. Lastly, in August of each school year, transportation staff will continue to provide community outreach forum at a location within the community to assist families with the bus pass application process. In this slide, we show a brief description of transportation data included in the plan. Currently, there are 13 home-to-school routes and 48 routes that provide transportation for students with special needs. We're also currently transporting over 2,300 students daily, which includes 1,400 general education students and 870 students that are students with special needs. Of the general education riders, 81% are identified as unduplicated, while 52% of the riders that are students with special needs are identified as unduplicated. Next, we'll give an overview of stakeholder feedback. Staff distributed a transportation survey to district stakeholders, including students, parents, classified staff, certificated staff, administrators, as well as local transit and air quality agencies. The survey was distributed on February 3rd and closed on February 9th, and the district received over 1,700 survey responses. Top response categories from the survey include requests for free and/or additional transportation services for specific programs and additional drivers to support high school activity trips. The result of the survey helped guide decision-making during the development of the transportation plan outlining services offered. Lastly, based on stakeholder feedback received, staff will review recommendations for the board to consider. First, although the requirement is to provide free transportation only to unduplicated students, staff recommends the board consider providing free transportation to all students that reside in eligible zones. By offering free transportation to all students that are in eligible zones, this may cause an increase in ridership and the need for additional routes. Based on current seating capacity, staff does not anticipate the need to add more than 2 to 3 routes. Next, staff is recommending to investigate the hiring of additional bus drivers to support school activity trips and reduce reliance on contracted services. In order to support school activity trips in-house and reduce reliance on contracted services, staff estimates the need to hire approximately 5 additional drivers. This will allow us to accommodate trips for athletic and extracurricular activities, which we had to contract out with private charter companies at a much higher cost. Because the charters have a minimum charge for field trips, including a fuel surcharge fee, the district cost to complete a school activity trip is estimated to be approximately 55 to 65% less than it would cost a chartered company to do the same trip. As an added benefit, the additional drivers would allow athletic groups to utilize buses at a later time, minimizing the amount of class time that would be missed. With that, we would like to open it to any questions the board may have.
I have a question regarding ELOP. So we're going to be doing a lot of after-school programming. What does that look like for students who are staying after school and those?
Yeah, that's something that we would definitely have to investigate on what the outlook for transportation needs would be, along with Dr. Lopez and Executive Cabinet.
Yeah, because if kids can't participate because they have to leave, that kind of negates.
Yeah, we need to figure out, make sure they can stay, and how do we get them home if they're struggling?
Correct. That's definitely something we can investigate.
So an employee who drives a bus driver in our district brought it to the attention about the electric buses that, let me see, that we have, is it true that we're trying to look at renting a new lot to store these buses and that they can't make it up hills and the charge has only been good for one route and like there's the charging isn't that great, so you can maybe go a route and then you have to go back and charge and then it takes all day. So I'm just curious if this is something that, if we're having to, I'd rather hire more bus drivers than go rent a lot to charge electric buses. And so I'm wondering if this is something that we need to look at. I don't know what our program's about with the electric buses, but if we're charging constantly and we have to look for new lots and all this stuff, should we just hire the 5 people and maybe get some more gas buses? Or is this true? Is this what we're experiencing?
It is not true. Currently we have enough room on our lot to currently accommodate for any buses that we receive new.
Okay.
Early adoption of the electric buses did have a minimum route of about 80 miles. That's about, we only have 13% of our routes that go above 80 miles. So the new buses that we're getting have a 210 kilowatt battery pack, which on average, if you look at it, it averages about 1.7 kilowatt per regular mile. So it can go up anywhere from, again, depending on driver habit, anywhere from about 110 to 130 miles per route. So it's it can accommodate for our routes that are currently set. But early adoption, there was some issues.
There was
with
the
charging.
issues, but they've been worked out?
Yeah.
Okay,
And,
so we're not looking for a new lot just to charge the buses?
Correct. We're actually looking into a charge ready program with Southern California Edison to look at infrastructure, and we're looking at some DC fast chargers, which will charge our vehicles at a much faster rate.
And so we still have 7 electric buses, correct?
7 buses that are coming, correct.
And I'm just curious, is there a way, because of these issues, are they doing the hybrid cars? Are we doing hybrid buses? So just in case, I would hate to have these electric buses break down somewhere at night, bringing our sports people back.
Yeah, we were kind of patiently waiting to see what because the technology is so new. And we also saw these issues when CNG was adopted in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Got it.
And so the buses that we chose to go with have a good reputation so far. Moreno Valley Unified has adopted those same particular buses, and they have a pretty good success rate. Out of 38 buses at the time when I went to visit, they had 3 buses down. But I don't see our district adopting fully electric because of for that same concern. We don't want to commit ourselves to something and be limited. And even currently right now, Highway Patrol is not letting our drivers test in fully electric buses. So we will have to still keep other fuels such as propane, gasoline. Unfortunately, in California, Cummins, who is a big manufacturer of our natural gas vehicles or engines, they just discontinued in January their natural gas. And so we should really see in the state of California them forcing us to either go gasoline, propane, or electric.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to say I love the hiring of new bus drivers, dealing with, especially with the sports and the extra routes. I think that's the fiscal responsibility of saying we can hire more people, pay less than charters, and provide jobs for more people. So I love that.
My question is, where are these additional routes? Do you anticipate them being?
So at this time, with us going to fully for the students that live in transportation eligible zones for offering free transportation, what I anticipate right now where our current buses are full is for the Valencia High School routes. That's where we're really impacted. We do have some room for the Rio Vista, the Morris routes, even in the Tynes routes. But if anything, I see that being the potential impact for full free transportation at no cost.
I have no questions. Thank you very much.
I'm excited. The new bus drivers that they'd hire would still have to maintain a Class B.
Absolutely. A Class B with the passenger air brake endorsement and the school bus certificate. So we would look to hiring already certified drivers, but we also are starting classes for behind the wheel training as well.
Excellent. Thank you. That's awesome. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, no opposed. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. Okay, that now will bring us to our board discussion. Now, was there ever a stopping point that we were discussing?
I was wondering if we should think about maybe tabling this for next board meeting, only because we can't do anything about it for this next year, right? It would have to be the additional year. We discussions go into consent.
Wait, we can't make a decision on the calendar. What's our deadline?
Well, the sooner we do it, the better off we are.
Sure.
I think certainly we should make plans before the end of this school year for whatever it's going to be. I'm happy with whatever the board prefers on this. I think it's probably a 10-minute presentation, whatever your board wants to.
I think we should
I'm
do
okay.
it.
Oh, I'm okay with tabling it.
Oh, were you
like
okay?
Mrs. Blade said.
I'm like, let's
because
just
it's
rip
not
off the
going. Well,
Band-Aid.
it's not going to. We can't do anything currently, and it would be nice to get through the rest of this if we can bring it back in April. It's not going to impact what we're doing.
But
for
we
next
already
year.
we already did number 2, so we're just to consent.
Right.
Yeah, go to consent.
So I mean,
We have to
I
give
don't know.
Esther a timeline.
I know we do.
Is this in consent?
I know.
Okay, I'm just reminding you.
I know.
I had to set my alarm a minute ago.
Okay, so do I understand that we're going to table this discussion? Is that correct?
I would like to have it,
If
but
we wanna have it, we can do it, it's fine.
Either
You want to knock it out?
either is fine, but it isn't going to make a difference tonight. We could wait until April.
Yeah,
it
because it's just a
it just gives them
discussion.
more time to create all the things related to it. Am I correct? It's
What we're
helpful.
looking for
Yeah, we have to. It
is
has
your
to be an
feedback on
agreement.
do you want us to move forward or not? I mean,
Yeah.
we give you the data on this, which I know you've seen, but you haven't had a chance to discuss it yet. So we're looking for feedback. Is it something we should stop working on, or is it something we should continue working on? That's the feedback we're looking for.
I want you to keep working on it.
Well,
I want you to keep working on it.
I mean, moving it forward. I mean, despite the presentation, I read through it, and I mean, I'm still happy to hear it. But
I think that means we should hear it.
no, your call, folks. I mean,
Okay.
go ahead.
that is an excellent call. All right,
Okay.
I
Go ahead,
I will
Dr.
try to
Matthews.
do it
That's,
quickly for us, okay? And
Speed
we have a
brief.
presentation, I know, ready to go on this. Of course, we discussed this back in December, and you asked us to get more information about it, so that's what tonight's meeting is all about. And so I'm acknowledging the hour and trying to move forward here. Again, it was brought forward by several members of our community to move the calendar forward by either 1 or 2 weeks. we start late compared to other districts. We know that, and in fact, we're the latest unified district in Orange County to start, and so I think that was more reason for that. And so, just again, this is a little different way of showing the same data. These are when other districts begin their school year, other unified districts rather begin their school year, and you can see that we're at the tail end of that comparison. And then again, so we typically look at the calendar each and every year for the future, get it far enough in advance for parents to make their plans and for educators to make their plans. But this year we're looking at community feedback. It's a little different process for us, and so I want to share that feedback with you. Again, just a reminder, this was already said by the board, the earliest we can make a change would be the 24-25 school year. There will not be a change in next year's calendar. It's been approved. Nothing is changing then. I won't say it again. So parts of making a calendar with an earlier school date. And this was said in some public comments earlier too, but if we move it by 1 week or 2 weeks, the first semester is probably is going to end before winter recess. And you'll see the data later on this. This is the most compelling data we have for making this change because our high school students in particular could have a stress-free winter break. And that is, again, having experienced it before, it's a big deal to kids and a big deal to families. Something I've been addressing with some of our teachers out there with the confusion on it is the first semester will probably be shorter than the second semester. It could be 4 days shorter. It could be 8 days shorter. So you could have a 82-day first semester and a, what's the math on that, 98-day second semester. That's okay. You're required to have a 60-hour semester. As far in advance of that, it might mean you teach a little more of what you used to teach in the first semester. You might teach that in the second semester. It happens. There can be adaptations to it. And finally, the part that's hard, it's just reflected in the data too, is during the transition summer or transition summers, the summer's 1 week shorter. And there's, when you're making that change, that's the pain of making the change. And then once you get through that change, summers go back to being normal summers. So we did stakeholder surveys of employees, our students, our parents and guardians, and our community members. And you can see here the numbers that we got almost 4,000 responses, 870 employees, 600 students, 2,346 parents and guardians, and 49 community members, all who had access to the survey. And so we asked 4 basic questions. The first was just a general question: do you support moving the school year to an earlier start date? After seeing some of the reasons for and against it. The preponderant reason was on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being strongly disagree to 5 being strongly agree. 5 was the most popular answer. 1 was the next most popular, and then you can see 4, 3, and 2 being next in popularity. If you look at that in simple mathematical terms, 59% strongly agree or agree with that move. 32% strongly disagree or disagree with that move. So it's a strong majority there. The second question was, breaking this down, the first question by different groups. We broke it down by employees, by parents and guardians, by students, and by community members. And you can see the data there. Still, for each of the groups, strongly agree was the most popular answer on that. And so it is consistent. We were asking the question, will we see one group be really out of line with the rest? And we're not seeing that. We're seeing the groups being in alignment. Of course, there's differences, but in rough alignment with each other. Question number 2 is what are the best reasons for moving the school year calendar to an earlier start date? We looked at the reasons we gave in there, and I'll just go to the top 3 reasons on that. The top 3, number 1 was, like I was talking about, ending the first semester prior to the winter break. Number 2 was being more in line with other school districts in Orange County. And 3 was more time to prepare for students, help for students who prepare for exams like the AP and IB exams. So those were our top answers there. The third question was the opposite. What are the reasons for not moving the schedule to an earlier date? And we had 3 reasons on there. And those in order of preference were the number 1 popular answer was I don't see any negatives. Second was the summer will be shorter. And third will be the move doesn't benefit elementary or middle school students as much as high school students. And as I said last time, we know that to be true, and yet we also know to be true that our elementary and middle school students will become high school students. And so that's a part of that as well. And then finally, I did get several emails from community members wishing we had offered more choices for not moving the calendar. And some of the reasons people suggested were, it's nice having the later start because popular summer venues are less crowded in late August. It's nice because students can find and schedule work in those last few months of the summer because other students have gone back to school. It's nice because it's easier to schedule vacations towards the end because, again, that's more available as well. And that students will be on campus for longer during the hot weather in mid to late August. And so those were some additional input that people provided in their emails to me on that. Finally, we asked the question to have them choose one of three options, whether they wanted to go 2 weeks earlier, 1 week earlier, or stay the same. And the data we saw on that, we got a pie graph here for that. Or the most popular answer is 2 weeks. The second most popular answer is 1 week, no change. And the third most popular answer is 1 week. But if you add the orange and the red together with the, moving it somewhat, there's something, that's again, a preponderance which echoes what we saw in question number 1. And the breakdown for this is similar. We're seeing groups across the spectrum ranking 2 weeks in general as their top choice with that. So along with that, I think that, and I do appreciate all the survey responses we had. So as I was saying earlier, we're very interested in hearing the board's direction on this. If the board is saying we should move ahead with this idea of starting the year earlier, we'll get to work with our employee groups because it does impact employee schedules, and we have to make sure we work with them on that, gather more data if necessary, and come back to you when we're ready with that information.
I am all for moving it 2 weeks.
I agree.
I concur.
I'm fine with it as well. My issue is that I feel like to appease, because obviously I have kids in fall sports, so we get the CIF break and then we're back. So there's no difference, and there's a lot of people in this room and who deal with that as well in high school. But my thing is to make up the 2 weeks for the elementary and the middle school who aren't, parents that just are used to having to hang out around the summertime. Is there an extra week remember if we pull it back that first 2 weeks and they lose the 2 weeks of summer, is it possible to make it up to them during that year? Can you have an additional week at Thanksgiving? Can you have an additional week at spring break? Can we do something to make it up so we just don't lose 2 weeks? That would be my thing if the scheduling gurus can make something like that happen. So, you lost your 2 weeks at summer, but maybe you have an additional vacation time throughout the year to make up that time, and I think that would be a good thing. So
As a one-time suggestion.
One-time thing, because we're pulling it back for those 2 weeks. So that 1 year, let's make it up to our family somewhere in there, and then we're all caught up the following year.
But isn't it the 2 weeks? Is it 1 week the first year, and then it's a 2-year process?
No, it can either be 2 weeks or 1 week 1 year and then 1 week the next. So we're saying a 2 week. We're saying we're going to pull it back 2 weeks.
So the only thing about that idea is if we pull it back 2 weeks and then we give them extra time, that means they have 2 summers that are shortened. The first one's more shortened, the second one's less shortened. But if we don't give any extra time, then they get they just have one bad summer, and then it's back to normal summer. I see what you're saying, but then we have to have that on the back end.
Yeah,
right?
on the survey it says over 2 years, 2 weeks over 2 years. So 1 week, the first year, you move it forward 1 week, and then the second year, it's the second week.
Can we do a survey?
Yeah.
Another one to ask that question?
Yes, we can. And I did get some community feedback on that too. Why didn't we have that option? And the reason was just to keep the choices simple. So if we think that 2 weeks is the direction, we can certainly get more information about that and start working with our employee groups on that process as well.
If we totally rip off the Band-Aid and do 2 weeks in 1 year, which I don't know if our employees would appreciate that or not, that would be a question for them. We could add like a third week during the Christmas break.
That's what I
That's
was
what-
talking about.
Yeah, because that's what Orange does. That's why their date, they don't get out as early as you would think. with
And we
their
could
early
add that,
start date.
that extra week so that it's at the beginning of the break, so it doesn't end up bumping out at the end.
Does that make their summer shorter than us by a week, though?
I think it's
so.
just that first year because you're pulling the 2 weeks back, and so you're like losing 2 weeks of your you're losing 2 weeks because you're going back
just-
early. So if you can
And
make
then
it
having a
sometime in
third
the year,
week at
you've
Christmas
given the 2
or
weeks back,
holiday.
and then you just start again, and then you're just normal. It'd just be that first year. If I'm thinking
But
of
you're
it
still,
right.
but you're still
Orange-
lengthening the actual days of the school year if you've inserted breaks in the middle
Correct.
forever.
No, just for the
No,
1
1
year.
year.
No,
For
no, no.
1 year.
Okay, but you said Orange does it.
Orange does it every year, and
Right.
they start school
I
according
thought
to
that's what we were
this,
talking about.
August 17th, and they take a 3-week Christmas break.
Do they end at the same time we do?
And then we don't have that information, but I believe they end.
That
let's
doesn't
see, it's on
compute.
this
That
page.
doesn't help, yeah.
Let's see.
It might be in our other.
Yeah,
Does it say when they end on that one?
Orange Unified ends June 8th.
Okay, so
Still a lot
it's
sooner.
still longer.
Yeah,
You,
it's still
you,
longer.
you move it up 2 weeks and you only move it back 1 week. Yeah.
I think we're all for moving it back, and if we can somehow make it, I think our elementary school kids and people who aren't at the district 24/7, with high school athletes and
Right.
students and stuff. I think if we could just give some people a break that first year, they won't feel, like the people
Right.
who are in the 40%, who feel like they're like really upset that we're doing this, if we could just give something to them on the back end.
But that's
If
the
it's
same as just doing
possible.
1 week a year.
We'll look into all the
It just
options.
shifts the
Another thing just to throw out there too is, the shorter the summer is, the harder it is for our maintenance department to get the schools ready. So
That's
it's
a good point.
That's always a challenge too. So we'll look at all those factors, start talking with our employee groups, do some additional survey work and come back to you with some
Perfect.
ideas. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah, it sounds like that's the idea. Get to work.
Yeah, it's work. It's all work and that's okay. That's okay.
Excellent. Okay, since we already did number 2, we're gonna move on. Thank
Whose
you.
idea was that?
No, somebody smart. We're gonna go into our consent calendar. So the actions proposed for the consent calendar items are consistent with approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The trustees will receive board agenda backup information in advance of the scheduled meeting and are prepared to vote with the knowledge on the block vote items. So at this time, let's see, it looks like there's 51 of them. Are there any items to be pulled?
I was gonna pull 26, and then I don't know if this was addressed, but number 37, I didn't know if anybody noticed. Was there an email? Okay, I didn't
Oh,
see
yeah,
the what
there was
the
an
103 was. What was the 103 about? Was it Tavernati? Well, what was page 103 about? Because it just said approve the professional development service proposal. That's fine. Okay, got it. All right, then all I have is 26.
Okay, so we will pull number 26, and I'm gonna go ahead and need a motion for the remainder.
I'll make
So
a
moved.
motion. I'll second.
Excellent. Ms. Buck, Ms. Anderson, okay. So let's go back to, number 26 with,
Let's take a vote
oh, I'm
first.
sorry, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. And now, back to number 26,
Okay.
Ms. Blades.
I'll make a motion to approve or ratify the independent contractor agreements ed services as listed in accordance with board policy number 4124, retention of consultants.
I'll second.
Okay, the one that I was going to pull is the Happiness is Now. Several years ago, we had the issue, and then last year, the owner of the company, he came and there was a bit of a dispute with the parents and he wasn't working for Happiness is Now, but he was actually here for CATA. But some of the CASA, I thought it was CATA. CATA. Okay, CASA or CATA, whichever one it was. And so a lot of our parents were very upset about it. And so I just think we might be able to give a little bit of a break, and because it just seems like there's just been, some issues the last few years that we've had this come. Not saying that it's not a good program, but I just feel like maybe there's something better for now.
Did you say that he was on? He came for CATA, but he wasn't working for Happiness Is Now at this point.
Now, but he came. It was the owner or the director of Happiness Is Now, and it caused a huge issue. Do you recall the emails last year?
I recalled that, but only when it prior to it being handled.
Right. Yeah, I heard. Yeah. So I'm just bringing it forward. I think that maybe we should just continue to take a little break from that.
The issues that occurred in the first presentation that they had, has that been, it was resolved then? Is it still currently resolved? And any comments on that?
From what I understand regarding the Happiness Is Now assembly, there was, yes, one situation that the concerns, about which concerns were raised, and that was addressed. Since then, for all assemblies, our principals, when they do contract with an outside company, they do request a full agenda, which is what we have been doing with Happiness Is Now. And we have been successfully using them for, I believe, about the past maybe 16 months. And I believe some of you, I think you as well, Trustee Blades, actually attended one of the assemblies to view it. But as far as I know, we haven't had any concerns in the last 16 months.
So the stipulation that's in place is the principal is saying we need to see this ahead of time, and that's been.
They request a copy of the agenda and all material that will be presented at the assembly.
Since it's been resolved, I don't have any issues with it.
Well, that issue was resolved, but then we had the one last year involving him personally in the middle school. Remember the middle school? What was it? ASB, with all the parents that were so upset. And so that's my issue. Is like, I don't, if we continue to bring somebody back who's caused issues now twice, is that a good thing?
Do we know if he is coming back or a different employee?
It's only him, my shift. Yeah, he's the person who does it.
I would want to. We could absolutely verify that. I could get more information for you on that. I believe there are other individuals, and I have been told as well that that particular individual has been out ill.
It's the other one, the head person that comes.
The director is
it only
that you're
features him
referring
on the
to?
website. I checked.
If the board would allow us to, just get a little bit more information to present to you, if that is a concern that's being expressed about a specific individual, that's a whole nother matter versus the Happiness Is Now assembly and the program that they offer. But I was under the impression that there were, other individuals who presented, but I can absolutely clarify that.
So should we table this till we get more information?
Is this set to be assembly tomorrow?
No.
Oh, okay. It just
Dr.
says March
Leon,
15th.
do you
I was
have
like, what
the date?
No, you're fine. No, good.
No, it's great. It's
I
great.
believe that one of the assemblies actually is going to be postponed to a later date in May for one of the schools. So I believe we have some time.
How many assemblies in the last 16 months have been successfully executed through Happiness Is Now?
I don't have an exact number, but I can get that number for you. I would say, at least 3, but I don't want to be quoted on that.
Okay, it sounds like, did we want to table this one until we get more information? Okay.
If we can bring back the Happiness Is Now, but I think you just want to strike that from this item and approve the rest of them.
Correct.
And direct us to bring that back to you at a later date.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
great. Perfect.
Okay.
So we'll strike Happiness Is Now for the next meeting. We'll talk about that, but the rest will be approved.
Yeah, everything
Correct.
else is great.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Okay, number 26 has been struck. Moving on.
No,
think you
just
need
the
a vote.
one
No,
portion.
just that
we need a
one,
vote.
but we still have to vote
So
for
we're
the
We're
rest.
striking number 1
Striking one.
on
Striking
26. So it's an amended motion on number 26.
Amended motion on number 26. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Okay. Does that say adjournment?
What's that?
Does that say adjournment?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, at this point, see, I make a motion on adjournment. Tonight we're going to be adjourning in memory of Nicole Robecki, who passed away Friday, February 24th. She was a devout mother, wife, and bright light to so many. Nicole was a child care teacher with the Brookhaven Expanded Learning Program for 5.5 years. Her gentle spirit and kind heart were contributing factors to how beloved she was by students, parents, staff, and the PYLUSD community. She will be deeply missed. In addition, we'd also like to close in memory of 9th grade Esperanza student Stacia, thank you. Hera Norris I can't say the last name. Leverow, thank you. To know Stacia was to love her. She had an infectious personality. Her intellect, sweetheart, and sly sense of humor made her a campus favorite. She overcame so many challenges in her short life with perseverance and spunk. Her heart, silly smile, and kindness touched so many lives. She will be missed district-wide.
I'll second your motion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. We adjourn in their memory at 10:56.